Hey friends, welcome to the stream. What am I looking at? What is that?
Clouds? 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 Clouds?
Is it done? What the fuck was that, you guys? What was that? All right, folks, welcome to the stream. Jaws, Mr. Feeney, Vague Contempt, Rap Scallywaggus, Carl of Winslow, Actual Facts, Racing Caramel, Cold Brew, Vague Contempt, Owlishness, Nobody Chef, Harstar, Major All Sham, General Martok, Narrow, Chop, 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 Hey-Man Flicks, and Diluted Mel. Good morning, guys. Welcome to the stream. Hutch Larry with 10 gifted memberships. Holy sh. Also with the tier 2 membership. Hutch, thank you, buddy. Trump is a rapist with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much for that. CM Double with $10. Great debate between Bishop and Soypill on the Hassan situation. Bishop crushed him IMO. Then for some reason Pisco joined and sprayed verbal diarrhea and ruined it. Oh dear. Okay. Ooh, that sounds compelling. Why don't we watch that one first? Turo the Great, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Hutch W, Hutch W, Hutch W, Hutch W, Hutch W, Hutch W. Thank you. Okay, hang on. What happened now? When was this debate? Was this last night? Sounds compelling and par for the course. Should liberals defend Hassan Piker? Streamed 1 day ago. It's 2.5 hours. Is the whole debate good, or should I fast forward to where Pisco joins? Let's start where Pisco joins here. Hang on. Let's do that. Was it really that bad for Soypill? My boy who I love? Let's listen to some of the debate where it's just Soypill versus who is it now? Not familiar with this person.
Potential collaboration that Hassan has about his political programming in coordination with the Cuban government, it just isn't very important. And from my perspective, I think that it's like extremely important for us to understand exactly how specifically nation state actors are influencing the political programming within our society. I think that's true. I think that's like a million more times true for people that we're potentially
Discord,
getting ready to go into military conflict with.
Can you lay out the hypothetical that you think might be happening here that's influencing Hassan Piker in the United States?
Yep.
This specifically happened on this convoy and not through literally any other means of communication?
Yeah, I think Swan Marcus broke it down in a really plausible and reasonable way. I think that there is a very strong possibility that one of Hassan Piker's political confidants it works with or for the Cuban intelligence apparatus, whether they are employed directly as a Cuban James Bond, most likely not. They are probably receiving tasking from a Cuban intelligence officer who essentially organizes that tasking through that individual that is a political confidant of Hassan and collaborates with Hassan in how to work that into what Hassan says about Cuba. And furthermore, the fact that it is very likely that Hassan recently hired a PR firm to address whether or not he should be integrated into the Democratic Party more, puts him very deeply involved in American politics. And I think,
is that confirmed? Did Hassan hire a PR team to help him get in with the Democratic Party, or is that he's just speculating there?
the idea that we don't even need to investigate Like that's not even we're not even allowed to have a
What does that
curiosity
have to do with the
about
convoy?
that. The fact that he was there in person and was able to collaborate with them a lot more extensively. What do you mean?
What you can investigate his connections to all of these things without specifically going after his.
No, hold on,
mission,
but
right?
just to translate, what he's saying is that he went there directly so they could talk in person, so we could not monitor communications in the normal ways we would monitor those communications. So we subpoena him to figure out if when he was there in person, they had any conversation or he made any connections that we could not track with our normal intelligence apparatus. That's, I think, what he's saying. Is that a correct?
You clocked that a couple weeks back? Not sure what I clocked.
Next to his friend.
What are you
who
saying?
Works as a doctor in the Cuban medical apparatus, and just have a conversation at a bar about how to.
You don't think he could do that?
He did hire a PR firm. I don't know if that was the reason, though.
Unrestrained.
No, I'm just saying.
Well, hold on. Wait, Soy Pill, would it be
exact same
easier or harder
conversation
to
could
track
happen at a
it?
bar in America. The idea that this entire thing was so we could have a secret conversation with the Cuban government that would otherwise be monitored in an American bar. Like I'm this is like this crazy James Bond story we're drawing up here. That is like this is why he needs to be investigated.
Oh, hold on, this
seems
isn't
ridiculous.
crazy.
Not
This
at
happens all the
all.
time.
This is how it works.
Yeah, this is how it
What
works. Like,
happened.
hold on. You're
couldn't do
making it
that in
out like, hold
America.
on, stop. You're making it out as if this is some like wild conspiracy that's out there. No, look, I worked in military intelligence. This happens constantly, all the time.
True.
Like, this isn't even
happens.
abnormal.
The idea that this is why we need to investigate the flotilla and not, hey, this is what. First of all, I don't think this is why we should go after Hassan, but this would seem to be justification to investigate this guy and everything he does, right? Every conversation he has with everyone.
Some matter. What's up? Thank you so much for the tier 1 membership.
How he would only be able to get this information or have this information conveyed to him in.
All right, you guys tell me that they loop quite a bit. I'm gonna fast forward until where Pisco joins.
But
you don't think
I-
at all? It's completely
okay.
made it up. It was a total lie. It wasn't
How
even
ab-
like maybe they found an error somewhere.
I mean, possibly. I don't know much about it.
Is that Vishy?
I don't want to do that. I
Well,
don't
go
know.
look at.
Sounds like Vishy.
Question whether or not you do the same thing for Letitia James, given that, like, hey, wait, hold on, she did technically break the law. It's fine that they're going after her, right?
Well, there's
I-
also a difference in getting something wrong on your mortgage paperwork and collaborating with a hostile foreign government to indoctrinate the American public by the millions. Those are two
Nothing that
different
you haven't
crimes.
substantiated whatsoever. But okay, yeah.
Did you find out what happens before the Big Bang yesterday? Unfortunately, we just simply don't know. They're very unsatisfying answers. Nothing came before the Big Bang, is what I'm being told. Literally nothing.
Yeah.
Well,
agree.
actually, hold on, Pisco. Before Soy Pill, Pisco. Before you guys jump in there, I actually have a point that I think has kind of been glossed over. Do we know who funded the media network that sponsored Hassan's trip to China?
If you go back like 10 minutes, you can hear Vishy's argument. Okay. When Vishy speaks, I listen. All right. More like 5 minutes. Jack, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Some matter with $2. What up, y'all? Here from IRI's community. What's up, guys?
Cheer on it. I don't think it's bad because Hassan is an enemy of us as well, and they're not going after like liberals, I would say. So I don't know if there's any reason we need to defend someone who will not defend us. And if anything, getting rid of him, I mean, quote unquote, getting rid of him, right, would help us in the long run anyway. So if you look at it like a net benefit side, him being gone is the greatest thing ever. I'm not going to defend a guy.
Vishy,
Lockies with the tier 3 membership. Holy moly.
so Vishy, to be clear, you wouldn't defend anyone for any sort of rights that you think are like supposed to be enforced for all Americans if you didn't like them.
No. Okay, that's a really okay. I would defend him if it was anything like if the Cuba thing. I feel like they have some form of legal avenue to do it, and it could be yes or no. I don't think it is straight up like just political. I would say they literally advertised something that could be sanction breaking or whatever. But if it was like for espionage or something like that, I'll be like, okay, no, this is bad. So
Well, then why do you have any smoke for Hassan doing it at all then if you would do the same back? Because I think what he says when he sees like a censor.
Truth Striker with $10. The whole thing boils down to Pisco and Soypill not accepting that two things can be true. Trump administration can't be trusted, and Hassan contacted an adversary's government to do propaganda. I'm not willing to like make those kind of. I'm just gonna wait for more info on this one. That's what I'm gonna do.
Democrat getting arrested or having some dumb DOJ charge thrown at them. That's bad, right?
Thank you, Lockies. Appreciate it.
Do it to Hassan. But you're saying, no, actually, I'm
trying to have better posture, you guys. It's tough. It's tough.
Because that's what I think we should do, right?
My problem with that argument is that it draws a false equivalency. It's sort of like, oh yeah, you say you're tolerant, well then why don't you tolerate my intolerance? And it's like, look, the same thing from different people are different things.
Yeah, one of them you agree with and the other one you don't, but they're the same tactic, which is I don't care what the charge is. If this gets rid of them, I'm okay with it, right?
I just want to make my stance clear here. Like, I think that Vishy, I think that's the wrong way to go about it, wrong way to think about it. This isn't like, oh, he didn't defend us, we shouldn't defend him. No. The reason my mind changed is because
Super Snake with $2. Pisco is my boy. I love Pisco. He is my boy. Pisco is my boy, and I do love Pisco.
I was convinced and reminded of, because again, I have worked in the military before, that there were, oh, wow, there's a plausible, legitimate reason that a subpoena could be issued here that I think I do not have enough information to say whether or not my distrust of the Trump administration overrides that. And so I am like, okay, I think the legitimate reasons are enough.
All right, we're going to skip ahead just a little bit here. Let Pisco cook a little bit.
Yeah, explain that more. I'd love to answer.
Yeah, so to disbelieve information coming from a particular source until shown corroborating evidence, it is sometimes rational to have that epistemic frame of reference. Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely.
Okay, so it's not so just to say that this should be applied in a given context does not mean that you will apply it in every context, for example, the elections context, correct?
Well, I don't think that's very clear. I don't think it's clear. I don't think it's clear what you're saying, because you are applying. I'm telling you, you are applying this warranted negative inference to the Trump administration to the actions of a subpoena from the FBI, and that's a very wide net.
It's not the
that's
FBI.
A very wide net.
First of all,
so whoever. OFAC. Fine. Whoever. So the federal government.
So I'm happy. But I just want to clear up the air, because you said that this would be like taking a kind of negative inference against election results, and I'm trying to first clear that up to make sure that there's no confusion. That's not at all what I applied. So you would
how wide is your
this notion? No. I just want to be clear about that. It's not sort of included in my criticism and my application of a negative inference, regardless of its scope. It's not necessitated or entailed that I would take that same approach to election results. Correct?
So I don't know how wide your net is. Like you're applying it to this federal organization that issued the subpoena. Like where does it stop and start with this Trump administration?
So I'm happy to get into the scope and talk to you about that. But it's just enough for you to say it's not entailed that I take this epistemic view and this negative inference in the context of elections, right? That's not entailed.
I think it is entailed, because you haven't substantiated how wide your net is.
Well, no, it's possible. It's narrow such that it doesn't include elections, correct?
No, you haven't
it's
substantiated
not possible?
that.
Wait. So, sorry. I'm asking.
You're arguing with me, dude.
I'm not asking.
What are we doing
here? Sorry.
No,
I'm not saying that I have substantiated. I'm asking, is it possible for one to have this negative inference?
Is it
in one domain
theoretically possible? Yes, I'm asking you.
Okay.
This is the third time I'm asking you.
I'm telling you.
Number 3.
I'm telling
do I
you
have to ask you 4 times or 5?
Yes. So what I'm telling you is I don't have that view for election results. Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to suss out. So is it just elections? Is it just the dirty word? Is it just the one that makes you sound stupid that you don't agree with? Or is there a line somewhere?
No. The negative inference makes sense to apply whenever it makes sense to apply it, right? To the extent that it makes sense to apply it. It doesn't make sense to apply it in the context of elections. Yeah. So it makes sense to apply. So it makes sense to apply a negative inference to government actions or justifications in the context in which the government consistently lies and is corrupt. So in that context, it makes sense to apply a negative inference. And that's not true when it comes to election results largely run by state governments. Agreed?
No, I don't. I fundamentally don't agree. I think there's all sorts of...
State governments are different sovereigns, aren't they? Are state governments different sovereigns?
I think that what we're seeing right now is that a lot of state governments are abiding hook, line, and sinker with the Trump administration. I think that's one of the biggest topics that we've been talking about over the last couple months. Where are you?
Yeah.
Not with
so in the
election
context of,
results,
yeah. So
I mean, yes, it is about elections. It's about the damn Congress. Redrawing maps.
First, in the context of election results, by which we mean the count of votes, right? In terms of the count of votes, I'm not aware of Republican states doing fraudulent ballots such that we should question their election results, and I don't think that there's a track record of that. And such, I wouldn't apply that inference to the context of state elections. That's perfectly rational. That's an explanation.
I think what you're doing is you're cycling in and cycling out to get away from the fundamental question. And the question is, this is number 5, by the way. I brought it up before. Number 5. How wide is your net? Where do you draw the line? Because so far your only justification is whether I like
the ultimate counter to Pisco's yes or no is when you just say, I don't know, maybe.
No, that is not the only justification. I just want to make sure, Wick, you hear me when I give the explanation to the extent.
The Melody with the tier 1 membership.
I'm listening.
Okay, so I'm not just saying whether I
appreciate
like it or not. Okay, so reason number 1:
pondering
if
politics
record.
With $10, I just saw the Lanterns HBO trailer and I thought of you instantly. I'm really looking forward to that show. It's Damon Lindelof, and HBO original series are the best of any streaming platform. I've felt that way for years. If you had to pick one streaming platform, HBO is probably the move. I like Kyle Chandler a lot as an actor. Not super familiar with the other actor, but he was in a really good movie on Netflix called Ruby Ridge. He's got gravitas. Oh, you mean like the Green Lantern? Yeah. I see. Yeah.
In a specific domain of government action, all right? Here in the context of investigations, right? That's what government investigations. If there is a consistent track record of lies and corruption, that's one reason to apply negative inference. That isn't just because I like it, right? That's not that.
You're saying, generally speaking, you're defining your realm as investigations? Yes, that's what you're saying. Realm. You're saying you don't like it. Investigations is so broad that covers 100,000 people.
Wait, did I say?
Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, a Democratic Socialist running against Rep. Adriano Espaillat, called Joe Biden a rapist and a war criminal on social media in 2020, part of a broader history of railing against establishment elements of her own party. Oh God, I'm just reading some of these posts. She really is a Hassan Piker Democrat, it seems. How's she doing in that race?
Say I don't like it, or did I say if there's a track record of consistent lies and corruption? Or
yeah,
is that the same thing as I like it?
No. However, what you are saying, as I hear it, is that you think that the Trump administration has used over and over and over again the judicial branch in order to fulfill its political goals in a way that you feel is improper or corrupt. And therefore, because they have a pattern of behavior, that we should, by default, oppose whatever they do with the
all into question. He didn't say necessarily opposed, to be clear.
I said you should
take a negative inference.
Negative inference. And so the reason I do this is, I mean, everyone understands it in their daily life. If you have someone who consistently fucks you over, a student who consistently, turns in the wrong paper, someone who consistently lies to you, a news source, by example, think like Iranian state media that consistently lies, or North Korean state media. This is not something bizarre to apply once you've been shown to be so unreliable and so, corrupt, that yes, this is not something that's insane to apply, and it doesn't make you an election denier to apply a negative inference.
What's the difference between that and extra scrutiny? Because you made it clear that that's not what you're saying.
Yeah. So the difference between extra scrutiny. Yeah, I understand extra scrutiny to be maintaining a position of agnostic.
I am going to fast forward to, because I see Lycan joins at some point. I want to watch that part, and then we're going to watch this Counterpoint stream from last night, because holy fuck. What happened last night? I saw clips showing up on my Twitter feed. It was nuts. Wild allegations were made last night. Okay. Lycan doesn't talk for a long time. Yeah, it looks like he's in here for like 10 minutes, 7 minutes. Holy fuck, Hutch, don't do that. How bad is it? I saw some clips. 27 Matt 27 with 82 months. Appreciate it, buddy.
Hang on a second.
What do you think that means? What do you think that means? You think he's just saying random
What do you think that statement meant? Wait. What do you think that? Let's examine that statement. Let's examine that statement.
Let's not examine the statement.
Okay, there must be ordering ridiculous.
Wait, hang on. He's going to accuse me of bad faith. He's going to accuse me of bad faith.
Okay, I'm going to mute all of you unless you shut up right now. I'm putting my moderate back hat on. Pisco, give your statement, and then once.
Connor Points did not take your advice and log off for a week. Ooh, he still has time. He can still do it.
He's accusing me of bad faith, and that responsible tailed on there
gained by background campaign. Go after with everything you're saying.
When does Lycan speak?
That's what I think.
Has substance for him.
Position control.
This doesn't be more together.
Jesus.
It's
was that quick.
Does he like not speak at all?
Again.
There is Asian trade.
You're only go ahead. Wait, can you do my fuck? All right. So what Wick just said was, let's see where the subpoena goes. If Hassan does get arrested, then maybe I'll change my mind.
Like, what is this shit?
Wait, can I just do my thing real quick, and then you guys can, maybe I'll help chill things off, and then you guys will be better.
Lycan, are you gonna help chill things off? Okay, give us what you got.
So Wick and I'm sorry, what's the other guy's name? Bishop. Okay, both. No, Pisco, come back.
November.
Pisco, come back. You might like.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that works. Blitz with $5. Connor brought on the guy that he was basing his claims on, and he walked it all back. That's one of the clips that I saw. Yeah,
like this. So you two have been clearance holders, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happens if you don't show up to work? Unannounced.
Find you. Exactly. You go AWOL. You get arrested.
So you guys are clearly, just by the idea of having a clearance, are very important people, and they want to know where the fuck you are, right?
Yes, true.
More or less.
Correct.
Either of you ever traveled to another country?
Yes.
Yep.
What do you have to do before you go to another country?
You have to do a lot of paperwork.
And what do you do when you get back from that country?
You have
to do even more paperwork.
What do you have to tell them?
Everything.
Very simple, and it's unclassified.
All these things, right?
Exactly. That's it. So you go on vacation, you submit an unclassified piece of simple paperwork, where you've been, who you talked to, the end, right? Anything suspicious? That's the other question, right? That's it. So you guys go do a trip. Does it change depending on what country you go to?
Yeah, actually.
Yes.
No, because I went to China, and it was the same form as when I went to fucking Aruba.
Okay.
The same form as when I went on a cruise.
No, yeah,
it was
the briefing I had.
No. I don't care about the brief.
I had when I went to England.
The briefs, yes. Every country has a different brief. Sure, yes. Every country has a different brief. But the questions they ask you, no agent comes to you. Who do you submit that paperwork to? Who's the individual?
Actually, I'll tell you something. When I worked my first contract with the FBI, and this was after working on contracts with other intelligence agencies, the FBI's Washington field office specifically called...
Connor banned me from his Discord last night for simply asking what Destiny's sex life has to do with him. The answer is nothing. I've been in his audience since he started. He's lost it. Yeah, I mean, it's not too late for him to take a week off the internet.
Called me in. They went back over line by line my SF-86, and what was very interesting to me was that they specifically paid extra attention to Cuba. I was detained in an airport under suspicion of being a terrorist in the Odessa airport in Ukraine. And they didn't give a fuck about that. What they cared about most was my time in Cuba. And so my point is, it is very different by country.
We'll get to that.
You got to let
brief.
Finish,
every country has a very specific brief. Every country has a very specific brief. Some countries you're forbidden to go to. I was allowed to go to certain foreign countries that you wouldn't believe. I wasn't allowed to go to fucking Mexico, right? But that was more of kidnapping and all that stuff. But either way, the point is, who do you submit that paperwork to?
Your security officer. Your SSO.
Exactly, your SSO. That's it. So you submit it to the SSO.
Hutch hasn't watched yet. He doesn't know it's too late. All right, you know what? Now I'm getting impatient. Do we start at the beginning? Do we skip ahead a little bit? Where it's 2 hours and 15 minutes. Should I go in like 10 minutes? 20 minutes? Skip to 2:14:55. The final 2 minutes. It's bad, man. Take it from the start. Oof. Okay. All right. Let it roll. All right. Here we go. Tiaki, thank you so much for the primer. Appreciate it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna give it a minute. Just a minute. I will not have chat up during this segment because, frankly, I'm not interested in contending with DGG and or any critics, ne'er-do-wells, naysayers, disbelievers.
Why is this happening?
Heretics, or any filth of any sort. My current position is that I'm doing what I think is right. I'm saying what I think needs to be said. I'm saying what I think needs to have been said for a while. I'm going to try to be as fair, balanced, sane, stable, descriptive, and narrative as I possibly can be. I will also engage with chat and or super chats at the end, but I will not be interacting with anybody until I'm done. Not just that, but what I would say is, regardless of how you arrived here or how you leave, whatever you think, whatever you don't think, I don't care. Okay? You think I'm the biggest piece of shit on the fucking planet? Don't care. You think I'm the, I'm standing on principle? I don't care. I'm not doing this because of you. I'm doing this in spite of you. There are plenty of people who want to let sleeping dogs lie. I don't think I can. So once again, trying to be as fair, balanced, and decent to all parties as I possibly can be. I'm going to start. So what's good and bad about Stephen Monell II, aka Destiny? Well, I think that anybody who interacts with him for any period of time, especially if they are not repulsed by his abrasive...
Rat Dare with 10. Count them, 10 gifted memberships. Jesus. Ooh, Swarm with 5 gifted memberships. Crowley with $2. Connor has become Mr. Girl 2.0. All right, I need a... is there a DGG wiki entry for Mr. Girl? Because that is one person that I don't know fucking jack shit about. They just give me a one sentence summary of Mr. Girl and the lore there. Just one sentence. That fucking Malali debate last night, what a fucking embarrassment. Missed that one. It doesn't matter, oh my god. Just give me a one sentence summary. So I have like some lore. Because I have no earthly idea who that person is. He wrote a 400-page manifesto on Destiny. Is this accurate, chat? Mr. Girl is the best Destiny arc ever. It's the master of puppets of Destiny content. He became obsessed with Destiny's sex life after taking him down. And they used to be friends, right? Like stream friends? One sentence cannot encapsulate Mr. Girl. Oh dear. Okay. He was sort of small-scale YouTube artist, made music and cultural discussions, but also has a bit of a savior complex and went to war with Destiny. Okay, that's all I need. All right.
Manner, they can immediately recognize.
Aquila has a 2-minute and 45-second video that explains him. Okay. Okay.
Recognize what's good about Steven. He's charismatic. He's intelligent. He's funny. He's rhetorically gifted. He's a good debater. He's good on his feet. He's witty. He's charming. And he can be, being an operative term here, he can be gracious and kind.
Pull your tongue out of my arse.
Can be. Now, what's bad about Destiny, and I think even his fans will admit this, is that he can be petty, vindictive, self-indulgent, self-destructive. He can engage in antisocial behavior and not care about the consequences of his antisocial behavior. So what I would say my relationship with Steven was prior to the Pixie drama, because the Pixie drama is a huge inflection point, is we just debated. We were friendly. We swapped DMs every now and then. We debated every now and then. That was our relationship. And what I would say is during 2024, when we worked together with Progressive Victory, I, of course, went out to a couple of canvassing events. I went to...
It's true. I met him in Wisconsin. He's tall. He's a tall man.
Cincinnati, and I went to Milwaukee, and I got to hang out with Steven and hang out with other creators. And it was cool to be in the same room and actually hang out and chill and talk a little bit. To be clear, he was very busy, as was I. But it was cool to be reciprocal and in person and to be helpful and all of those kinds of things. Now, I don't know when we hung out for guns and stuff. I don't know if we did that before the drama. I think I went down to Miami maybe once or twice before the drama. I think I went down to Miami substantially more after the drama. But I don't think these lines of facts are in contention. Steven sexually communicated via social media and text message with various people. These were all consensual sexual relationships. To my knowledge, Steven is not a rapist of any kind. He actually, I think, has argued in the past, and I think his partners can attest, that he goes out of his way to gain consent before sexual relationships. However, what happened after that was he filmed some of these sex acts. I don't give a shit. There's probably, like, all my photos and pictures of me in intimate acts are with former trusted partners. And, you know, that's not the big deal. That's not my objection. That's not my criticism. My criticism is not having sex and photographing yourself and or videotaping yourself in vulnerable positions. That's not my criticism, obviously, as he tried to argue in our previous conversation.
Is that a back massager? I think so. I think he has some kind of injury that he sustained, maybe a back injury or a shoulder injury or something.
My criticism is that he met a person who was posing as an 18-year-old sex worker on Twitter, who was actually a 26-year-old British man who was pimping out a 7...
Rapid response. Okay, Donald J. Trump. Iran must agree that they will never have a nuclear weapon or bomb. The Hormuz Strait must immediately open. No tolls for unrestricted shipping traffic in both directions. All water mines, if any, will be terminated. We have removed through detonation numerous such mines with our great underwater minesweepers. Iran will complete the immediate removal and or detonation of any mines that are left, which will not be many. Ships caught in the strait due to our amazing and unprecedented naval blockade, which will now be lifted, may start the process of heading home. Say hello to your wives, husbands, parents, and families from me, your favorite president. This fucking guy. The enriched material, sometimes referred to as nuclear dust, which is buried deep underground and virtually collapsed mountains, caused by our powerful B-2 bomber attack 11 months ago. Sitting on top of it will be unearthed by the United States, which it is agreed is the only country along with China with the mechanical capability of doing so. In close coordination and conjunction with the Islamic Republic of Iran, plus the International Atomic Energy Agency, and destroyed. What is the sentence? This is all one sentence that starts with ships caught in the strait due to our... Oh, wait, no, hold on. This here is the craziest sentence I've ever read in my life. No money will be exchanged until further notice. Other items of far less importance have been agreed to. I will be meeting now in the Situation Room to make a final determination. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Okay.
17-and-a-half-year-old girl from Texas who catfished him, and Steven sent sexual videos and pictures to this person of him and some of his friends engaged in sex acts without the consent of the parties that were involved, that he was transmitting it to other people on the internet. Now, this doesn't make him the worst person on the planet. It truly doesn't. I know substantially worse people who have done substantially worse things. And when this drama occurred, I'm going to tell you, I didn't really give a fuck. The reason why I didn't give a fuck was because all of these people were sexually promiscuous. All of these people engaged with a sexually promiscuous person. All of these people consented to sex acts. All of these people consented to their sex acts being videotaped. All of them consented to having their sex acts stored by the other party. What they didn't consent to was the communication of it to another person. So while I think Steven should be criticized for his bad behavior in this regard, I felt that the bad behavior was overblown in January 20 of 2025. I thought that the people calling him a digital rapist, people calling him a sexual predator, people calling for him to be incarcerated, people calling for him to be put on the sex offense registry, people calling for him to be sued into the ground, I thought they were being histrionic. And truth be told, I still think they're being histrionic about that incident in specific. But I want to talk to you about the totality of circumstances of what happened since that time. So, I figured, I like Steven. I think everybody on the internet hates him right now. I think that regardless of his sexual stupidity...
Adopt that word, Hutch? Which word?
...in this regard, he is still charismatic. He is still intelligent. He is still funny. He can be, not all the time.
Histrionic?
He can
I've used that word
gracious
before.
and kind. He can be petty and vindictive, and he can be very cruel and abrasive, but maybe what's going on is he has had so many clout sharks and demons swim up to him, take advantage of his money, his clout, and his power, and then stab him in the back. Maybe what he needs is somebody who won't stab him in the back at the drop of a hat. And maybe I could be that person. And when we did our podcast appearances, when we went and shot guns, and when we went to hang out and we got McDonald's and we were bullshitting and we were hanging out with Sam, still love Sam. When we were talking with Hobbit Follower, still like Hobbit Follower, let's be clear. I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed myself a lot. Once again, Steven can be very kind. He can be very gracious. He can be very funny. He can be very charismatic. He's very intelligent. He's very good at debates. He's very good on his feet. He's very witty. He's everything that I said that was positive about Steven 2 years ago is probably, in spite of Steven's bad behavior, still true to this day. And I saw flashes of what I think are Steven's soul. Underneath the trauma that he's experienced in young life, and I'm specifically talking about his relationship with his family and his grandma, underneath the social isolation that he's experienced in Twitch and YouTube trauma, underneath the endless amounts of clout demons and clout sharks who have used him for money, power, and clout and then backstabbed them ruthlessly, I think there's hopefully a soul or a human being that is capable of redemption, kindness, care, love, somewhere in there. It's deeply buried under all of the shit, but there's flashes of that. And I'm praying that eventually the flashes of his kindness and grace and virtues, although he has many vices, I'm hoping one day he'll choose to embrace his virtues and expand upon them.
What's your analysis so far? It's hard to take these comments as sincere when you add the element of the fact that it's being live streamed. You know, like making a spectacle of it. It just really undercuts the tone. Like if he was saying these things privately to Destiny, and if they had the kind of friendship where that sort of talk was, where they had a rapport, where that kind of talk could happen, and it would be like organic, and like within the boundaries of their friendship, but you know, making a spectacle of it comes across as kind of cynical, which is a bit ironic because he's accusing others of leveraging Destiny for clout, you know. So and it sounds like he's convinced himself that this is like a loving act of friendship, but again, it's the same sort of commentary as the last one, which is these conversations are not content. You know what I mean? It's not normally how these kind of friendships go. These kinds of exchanges go.
Which brings us to food shops. So, since I was pretty open about Steven's sins, whenever the snarkers came to me to criticize me about Steven's sins, I would be honest about Steven's sins. I think Kyla was likewise fairly honest about Steven's sins. Dan Saltman is not a creator. Mr. Mouton was out of orbit. And so there were no people who would be willing to defend Steven's honor and take the fight to his critics online. I don't know why he needs to fight his critics online. It's something that has befuddled me for years at this point. I don't know if he's getting doxxed and swatted. Well, he's a millionaire. He could change addresses. He could buy a compound. He could hire private security. He could get a large dog that would eat a home intruder. There's a variety of things that he could do in reference to doxing and swatting that he's not actively doing. I don't know why. And
you could just move if you're getting swatting is pretty weak argument. People, when you're a certain size of creator, like they'll find you. Like doesn't matter where you move, they're gonna find a way to find you. Bearded Pinecone with the tier 1 membership. Cheers, thank you. Also, this kind of presupposes unlimited funds. You know, hiring full-time security, I imagine, is going to be pretty fucking expensive.
And to this day, it still befuddles me of why you would need somebody who jerks off to Lolicon and makes poor argumentation.
The fixation on food shops is a little odd. Are Steven and food shops like super close? Do they collaborate a lot? Somebody asked for dramatic music in the background. What about, I mean, you got to go piano in the spot. Ambient, orchestral, classic jazz, drama, cinematic and drama. Here.
As someone who defends your honor, I think I expressed it to him in private. I think I challenged him on one of the podcast experiences, and I think I've been critical of Food Shops since. But for those of you who don't know, Food Shops is a smaller creator, 50 to 150 live viewers usually. But will sometimes, when she's getting rated, she'll get 600,000, whatever. But she spent the past year or so, maybe year and a half, criticizing Steven's critics. But my beef with Food Shops 2 years ago, my beef with Food Shops 3 years ago, my beef with Food Shops 6 months ago, my beef with Food Shops 2 months ago, my beef with Food Shops now, is that she is an unrepentant lolicon. She looks at...
He's been raiding into her, but that seems to be it. Food Shops essentially became his J-Stock. Food Shops had 1,700 people watching this with her last night, railing on Connor. Food Shops has been doing the Destiny post show. Gotcha. Okay.
Cartoon drawings of adolescent children, and she masturbates to them. And I think that somebody who masturbates to pictures of adolescent children is a pedophile. If we are identifying pedophilia, I'll use my lay definition, someone who wants to have sex with children. This has always made me uncomfortable. I have always disliked this. Food Shops joked about suing me. She is welcome to do so. I will hire the cheapest attorney that I can possibly find in order to respond to the motions, and I will show up to court and I will play her own live streams for the court to hear. She is...
Wait, I'm confused. What's happening?
3 years ago, my beef with Food Shops 6 months ago, my beef with Food Shops 2 months ago, my beef with Food Shops now, is that she is an unrepentant lolicon. She looks at cartoon drawings of adolescent children and she masturbates to them. And I think that somebody who masturbates to pictures of adolescent children is a pedophile. If we are identifying pedophilia, I'll use my lay definition, someone who wants to have sex with children. This has always made me uncomfortable. I have always disliked this. Food Shops joked about suing me. She is welcome to do so. I will hire the cheapest attorney that I can possibly find in order to respond to the motions, and I will show up to court and I will play her own live streams for the court to hear. She is unrepentant. There are dozens of clips of her admitting to this behavior. So, I'm not a fan that Steven chose as his champion a lolicon who jerks off to adolescent kids. Now, breaking this down a little bit further, because there will be liberals who watch this stream, I do not believe in the Max Carson quote of you can fantasize about whatever you want. Your brain, like a vital organ or a muscle, responds to stimulus. And there is a concept that I explained to Chud Logic several years ago called neuroplasticity. It basically means that whatever you do with your brain will become reinforced over time. So if you play the piano, you'll get better at playing piano. If you learn to shoot, you'll get better at learning to shoot guns. If you learn to drive, you will get better at driving a car. If you jerk off to kids, I think it stands to reason you are setting a sexual reward system alongside pornographic consumption of depictions of children.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. For a little more context, Food Shops also talks massive shit about Connor, so it's a little bit of a split in the Destiny defenders. I don't know anything about Food Shops' porn consumption. I don't want to know anything about Food Shops' porn consumption. That's going to be a hard pass for me, dog. If you're looking for commentary on Lolicon, you're not going to get it on this stream. I don't want to talk about these things. I have no interest in these things.
And so
that's a hard pass for me.
Urging the liberals in my community, the libertarians in my community, the liberals and libertarians outside of my community, the people who have listened to this fucking, sorry, this is going to be the first slur of the stream, this retarded fucking argument that you can do whatever with your brain because it doesn't affect anything.
Be specific. Location, time, what you watched.
That's a good use of that, Tangia.
You're wrong. And you're stupid. And you're cringe. And you should reconsider your priors. So this happened in January 20th of 2025 was the release of the Pixie drama. Steven and I hung out several times throughout 2025. Food Shops fell into orbit and became one of Steven's champions in 2025. I didn't like it, but I dealt with it. Then, in November of 2025, I was contacted by a man on Twitter.
I think I might be the reason why Food Shops is one of the cast of characters. I'm pretty sure I might be the reason. And it's such a unremarkable story. It was in like April of 2025, maybe March. I don't know. I went to bed, as I do, 10 p.m. Netflix in my programs, and I opened up my phone and checked YouTube real quick, and there was like a thumbnail of a streamer that was talking about Live and Learn drama, some debate. And I listened to the stream, and Food Shops was defending me or whatever, and I didn't know anything about Food Shops, and like, you know what, why don't I call into the stream? And so that's what I did. I called into the stream. We had a little conversation, and I had no idea about like Food Shops as a porn consumption or anything, you know. She seemed pretty harmless and nice in our conversation, but then she farmed me for a clip. She farmed me. I don't know if it was midnight. I think it was like 10 or 11. I don't know. She asked me, would I ever associate with Destiny ever again? And I paused for a minute and I said, yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, I would like leave the door open for literally anybody. And that was like the gist of it. And then that like started a whole thing. Destiny had called in before then. Are you sure about that? Are you positive about that? I don't know if they had any contact before then. I actually don't know, but I'm pretty sure that's how Food Shops, well, I think that's the origin story there.
I do not have his profile at this time. I'm sure that he still has it, but he added several Destiny orbiters, including myself. You know, you could go check the text messages. I think it was at my Counter Connor profile. If there's the possibility to go check the archive and see people who added my profile, you could probably find this profile. But anyways, this gentleman says, I am a traditional Catholic. I am married. My wife has destroyed our family for Destiny, and no one's doing anything about it. So I go, huh. And by the way, this is according to recollection, so if I mess up a word here or there, I'm describing the conversation in generalities as I remember it, not with the specific quotations. So I go, huh. Well, I do like Steven, but I'm not the kind of guy who ignores a problem. So let me go ahead and check this out. And I talked to this gentleman whose current profile on Discord is called Devil. And Devil says, I'm a traditional Catholic man. My wife and I are military veterans. We both have post-traumatic stress disorder. She has sexually related trauma. And she has been in a sexual communication relationship with Destiny since February of 2025. And the reason why this is important to me is because Steven made the argument, as silly as it was, that he had substantially reduced his gooning and that he was not engaging in reckless sexual behavior the way that he was. Now, what the husband further said is that they engaged in step-parent role play.
FYI, this devil guy comes on stream later and walks all of this shit back in front of him, by the way, so this is a lie. Yeah, no spoilers. Why are you putting spoilers in the chat? That's the clip that I saw. I saw that clip making the rounds.
That they sent pictures of the family, specific details unknown, that he was deeply, deeply, deeply upset by this, that he wanted vengeance against Stephen. And while the specifics may be unclear in these series of messages as to whether or not he wanted to commit homicide against Stephen, he's welcome.
I got Miswak sticks earlier this week. I'm still getting the hang of it, but all good so far. It's just good for like ADD kind of stuff because you can brush your teeth without any toothpaste. You know, it's not like a whole like process. You can just kind of sit there and do it passively or whatever. KB Gaming with the primer. Appreciate that. Thank you. Japman with 20 knock. Fent laced yap session. Natural selection with a tier 1 membership. Watch since pre-machinima. Happy you're happy. Hey, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. I'm happy as well. Robert Paulson with $2. Just jealousy masquerading as devoted empathy. Crowley with $2. Connor has become Mr. Girl 2.0. Bearded Pinecone with the tier 1 membership. Thank you.
Welcome to release the logs and show whether or not he ever expressed a homicidal desire for Stephen. I have logs of the wife saying that her husband told her.
Jaws with $5. I already disliked Connor before all this because all his arguments are, well, this happens in science fiction, so we should do it too.
Repeatedly, that he desired that Stephen were killed. So he says, okay, well, then
Owlishness with $5. Sad to me that Rob Noor's take on it was more sane and well-informed than someone claiming to be his friend. Very strange. Interesting. Does anyone have a link for that?
He shared his text message logs with me. Now, in the text message logs, what I remember is that he was accusing this person, his wife, of engaging in step-parent roleplay, of involving pictures of their children, of engaging in lurid, ephemophilic, or pedophilic, depending on your definition, sexual roleplay, and how that was repulsive and disgusting, and he hated her and hated Stephen for doing this and destroying his family. So, he says, well, she's actually a fan of yours, so why don't you call her and talk to her about it and see what kind of evidence or narrative she gives you. So I do. And what she says is, no, that didn't happen. My husband is exaggerating. The family pictures had nothing to do with the sexual situations. And we engaged in like some babysitter role play or whatever, but it's not as bad as the husband is making up. You know, she was the initiator. She was the person who pursued the relationship. And even Stephen said, hey, we should cut this off.
Owlishness, if you're in the Discord, there's a channel called Requested Links. Badaboss with $5. Where's Josiah to crash the panel in the best and funniest possible fashion? When you need him, also, that should be a running gag, not gonna lie.
Like, let's not do this. You're married. Your husband is pissed off. You know, let's not do this. Okay? Now, I wrote Stephen a letter that I'm going to read to you because it's my side of the messages. I'm not leaking any.
What if we did music that like doesn't fit at all? Like here. We're just gonna do music that like just completely does not match. What about there? Hold on.
Of his messages. I'm just going to leak my own.
I fuck with bagpipes like so aggressively.
Looking. I should have had this pulled up, but take a breather. Oh, I misspelled the word friend. That's why.
Let's just turn the music off. It's very distracting.
Let's find it.
I'm a little bit Scottish. Like a little bit, not much.
I read this earlier, but I'm going to read it blank. I'm going to read it again, just so it's all in one place. Dearest Stephen, I value our friendship and want to continue it, but you are a retard. A traditional Catholic man messaged me on Twitter saying that you had sexted his wife as recently as February. He wants to blow this up into drama. The wife wants it to stay quiet. His wife is actually a fan of mine.
Yobo I Megu, thank you so much for 10 Australian, my boy Hutch.
And contacted me as well, saying she was on the rocks with her husband and that she was the initiator and voluntary participant in the sexting. However, she also said that you knew she was married and a psychological mess and encouraged her to stop messaging her. That being said, you guys continued. She mentioned that the messaging was quote unquote spicy and inquired as to what that spice was, and I found out. You are, of course, retarded. Not just that, but she mentioned that your ex found these messages and was angry with both of you. Her fear was that this ex may have taken screenshots and may leak them out of revenge if this all blows up.
Jack with $2, could this all be a mole hunt? I don't think so. Blitz with $2, Alba Gubrath. I don't know what that means.
She was arguing with her husband and in an argument admitted to these messages. The husband, as a traditional Catholic, his...
Hutch, have you seen Destiny's Discord DMs to both of these people? They're both basically sorry. This is awkward. This guy won't stop. No, I have not seen those.
Honor is insulted. And
link them to me after we're done watching the video, I guess.
He wants to destroy you. To my knowledge, he does not have copies of these messages. However, this brings me to our friendship. I think you are an intelligent, charismatic, funny, rhetorically gifted man. Wait, I think you are an intelligent, charismatic, funny, rhetorically gifted man, and I respect and admire you and your talents. However, I think you're a self-destructive, sexual degenerate retard who has to constantly test the loyalty of your friends. Conscious or not, you engage in indefensible behavior and look to see who sticks around. In my opinion, you walk the straight and narrow and then get bored every few months, so you blow everything up again to see who sticks around. It's a self-fulfilling cycle because while your cynicism tells you everyone will eventually betray you...
Oof, okay. This is starting to... It's a little odd because Connor's like making it about like him, you know what I mean? Like, are you doing this to fuck with me? Are you doing this to test me as your friend? Which seems like a bit of a leap in this spot.
You act in such a way that any sane person concerned with their own reputation would betray you out of a sense of self-preservation. So,
lowercase Kev with the tier 1 membership, thank you.
To Wick, to Hutch, to people.
Why am I involved in this? Hang on. Why is my name coming up right now?
My Twitter might have gotten hacked, by the way. My Twitter has already been banned once. My Twitter asked for my two-factor authentication for my email, and the email that I signed up with for my Twitter is no longer working. So I may have just lost my newer Twitter profile. And so if my Twitter profile is texting anything crazy right now, just know that I've been hacked since probably 8 a.m. this morning. So I'm paying a price for telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God, as I've seen it, as I remember it.
Caution, this account is temporarily restricted. Okay.
So I decide, hey, I gave him a shot across the bow. I can't tell who's telling the truth.
Destiny asked Connor what's wrong with him. Okay. Do you guys realize every time you do that, it triggers DMCA? That tiny little clip triggers DMCA. And then I got to go in and then I got to edit shit out of the fucking VOD. All for a 15-year-old meme that you just fucking will not let die. Next thing I know, you're going to be spamming dancing babies in my fucking chat.
I don't know if Steven is being a fucking retard.
Let it go. We are culturally so far past Rick Rolls.
And if he's pretending to be a 13-year-old boy
Jesus,
getting molested by a 15-year-old girl, which is fucking weird.
The fuck did he just say?
So, I decide, hey, I gave him a shot across the bow. I can't tell who's telling the truth. I don't know if Steven is being a fucking retard. And if he's pretending to be a 13-year-old boy getting molested by a 15-year-old girl, which is fucking weird. But Steven's a weird guy, so whatever. Or if it's worse. So I'm going to put this in, I'm going to give Steven a shot across the bow. I'm going to ask the husband what he wants to do.
So Connor's claiming that he did he see evidence of this, or is Connor saying that that's what happened? We're not doing 1.5 times speed. I think you need I think you need the pauses to fully appreciate things here. Ask the Huz. Nope. LOL. Jesse with the primer. Thank you.
And I'm going to see if this blows up or blows sideways or whatever. But I don't have enough evidence to go forward. I asked the husband what he wants to do. And he says he wants to leave Sleeping Dogs Lie for now. So I say, okay. And I let Sleeping Dogs Lie. And weirdly enough, a few weeks or a few months go by. Nothing happens. And I'm like, you know what? This could blow up in the future. But it's not my problem for now. Which brings us to the Snarker War.
Okay.
So once again, I want to emphasize. I've heard
Blitz with the fiver. This is what he was told. The husband was told by the wife. Okay.
Saying this should have been done in private. It was.
Hang on.
Which brings us to the Snarker War. So once again, I want to emphasize. I've heard Hutch saying this should have been done in private. It was done in private in November of 2025. I heard Wix say that this should have been...
Well, it should have stayed in private.
...been done in private. It was done in private in November of 2025.
The inverse is kind of more important here. It should not have been done in public. You know, Chalk with 5 pen. I don't know what that means. A genuinely constructive person usually doesn't sandwich praise and contempt together constantly. Connor, for some reason, always does that. LMAO. Yeah, you mean like the intro, and he was like, Steven can be gregarious, gracious, kind, funny.
Okay. This was private. Steven did not listen to me. He did.
So I decided to blow it all up in public. I don't, you know, I wouldn't have done this personally.
Not consider me. He did not consider Kyla. He did not consider Dan Saltman. He did not consider Mr. Mooten. He did not consider any of his future coworkers. He did not consider Unfuck America. He did not consider CNN. He didn't consider
something so controversial yet so brave.
A single fucking person when he engaged in this behavior. And trust me, it gets a little bit worse.
Okay. All right. Buckle up. Randy with $10. Hope you never change, buddy. I think you, I mean, listen, I'm going to nitpick that a little bit. Thank you for the $10. The thought of me being like 20 years from now being the same person is so depressing. This is just, I'm just playing. What you said is fine. But just as an aside, that would be so depressing to me. Maddie with $5. All of this over Lauren Southern. Disappointing. I'm not ready to say that he's doing all this because he was jealous because of the Lauren situation.
Oh no. Oh no.
I fucking love that movie. Why don't more people talk about the Planet of the Apes films? It's like we just moved on from those films and no one ever talks about them. Rise is like pretty good, you know. Rise is like a solid like 7.5 film. Dawn is like a 9.5. Like straight up a 9.5. War is like a fucking classic, like a masterpiece. War for the Planet of the Apes is a fucking 10 out of 10. It's so good. Kingdom was pretty good. Kingdom, I'm going to give that one a 8. Kingdom was pretty fun. It was good.
So anyways, the Snarker War. I think that when Hutch and Wick are confused about what Steven's sexual indiscretions have to do with Steven's snarker, anti-snarker campaign, I think they...
A little bit. I'm a little bit confused. Roby Price with the Tier 1 membership. KB Gaming with $5. Genuine question. Do you think the parasocial nature of our society is leading us down a path we won't be able to come back from? I feel that all of this drama when the world is literally falling apart is mind-blowing. Of all the problems that plague society right now, I think viewers having a parasocial relationship with streamers is probably near the bottom of that. Like, I don't know if that's like a pressing issue for society right now. I just think streamers probably need to be a little bit better with boundaries, you know? That's what I think. Okay, we're caught up.
Are either being thoughtful indiscretions have to do with Steven's snarker, anti-snarker campaign. I think they are either being thoughtless or obtuse. Pretty clearly, if you listen to any of the snarkers, one of their primary criticisms of Steven is the way that he conducts his personal affairs. Whether that's in reference to Sherry, whether that's in reference to Anne of War, whether that's in reference to Melina, whether or not that's in reference to Lauren Southern, whether or not that's in reference to Pixie or Rose, it's quite clear that Steven's personal conduct is what he is most often criticized for by the people who hate him.
I don't think that has ever been in doubt. The question is that justified? It feels like we're negotiating with terrorists here. It's obvious that the snarkers focus on Steven's sexual proclivities. The question is the level of obsession that they've gone to justified in response to Steven's sex life? Like when I look at Steven's romantic history and interpersonal relationships and stuff like that, I have my own judgments, but they're just, I would never, like, it's all very messy for me. I'm in my settling down years, so I look at that and I think, well, that looks pretty noisy, you know, but I don't lose sleep over it. I don't think about it basically ever, unless I'm watching a video like this and I'm forced to learn things about Steven's sex life that, you know, I would have preferred to not know because I just don't care. Like, I have opinions about it, but I don't like think about it. It's not something that takes up any kind of real estate in my mind. And Connor seems to be saying that, you know, me and Wick are being obtuse because Steven's like personal life is what the snarkers talk about a lot. Well, isn't that like our point? Like, why are they so focused on this guy's interpersonal relationships and like romantic life? Is that Is that level of scrutiny sufficient to like justify their behavior over the last like year or so?
And not only that, this conduct is not private. It is not. We found out about Melina and Lauren Southern and Rose because Steven sent his not only homemade pornography to Rose, he sent his love letters to and from Lauren Southern. Why are you sending love letters of you and your ex-girlfriend to a sex worker you have known for 10 days? If Steven's private life was private, then it would remain private. If Steven's personal life was personal, it would remain personal. But it's...
Why is he saying sex worker? What does he mean by that? So when Steven was getting catfished, the pretense was that Rose was a sex worker? Wait, what? Was an OnlyFans model? Gotcha.
Not. And the same level of indiscretion that he engaged with in reference to Rose.
Are OnlyFans models considered sex workers? Wouldn't sex workers be if you're a chud? You know what? Let's ask Claude. New models out, guys. Opus 4.8. Most capable for ambitious work. We're gonna need Opus 4.8 for this question. Would you consider OnlyFans models that post nude content sex workers? Got to think for a little bit. Oh, it spit this. No, I didn't think very long on that one at all. This is a question of definition and categorization, and the answer depends partly on how you're drawing the lines. By most common academic and policy definitions, sex work refers to the exchange of sexual services or erotic/sexual content for money. Under that broad framing, yes, someone selling nude or explicit content on OnlyFans would generally be considered a sex worker, the same way a webcam performer or someone in pornography would be. Okay, all right. There's more to it. There's some caveats here, but I guess that makes sense. Bloomenberries with the tier 1 membership. Thank you.
Is the same level of indiscretion that he engaged with in reference to Brit. Brit was a random woman on Discord. Brit and him talked via Discord DMs. Brit and him engage in extreme sexual role-playing, despite her being currently married to someone who hates his guts. I can only assume that this is sexual impulsivity that borders on addiction. So when you say, Connor, you are cock-watching, you are criticizing Steven's personal and private life. No, I'm not.
Well,
it's become public. You know why? Because the husband contacted me. The husband showed up in Steven's own DGG chat. The husband was a part of a Telegram group that routinely talked about Steven deserving homicide. And Devil, if you're in chat and you're denying this fact right now, just know that I have screenshots from Brit that say the exact opposite. That you are a Nick Fuentes fan. That
is Devil the guy? The husband?
You are a traditional Catholic, that you did hate Steven, that you did allude to the fact that this Telegram channel was plotting Steven's homicide. So, you can, Steven and all his little fucking sycophant cultists can say, oh, the husband is saying he's not a groiper and he never threatened Steven. That's okay. I have screenshots from the wife saying the exact opposite. So good luck with your argumentation. Good luck sweeping this one. So, You cannot.
Did you hear about the employee that ran up a $500K Claude bill because the company didn't put restrictions on the account? No. Wait, what?
Delineate Steven's personal and private conduct when it becomes public, and when I become aware of it as an orbiter. If I cover it, if I cover it up, I am complicit. If I expose it, I'm a backstabber. Please tell me what I should do, because I'll tell you what I did do. I tried to determine the evidence. I gave Steven a shot across the bow, and he didn't listen to it, which I will bring up evidence for momentarily. All right. Let me scroll down. I am using an outline, so excuse the next few moments of dead air. All right. Destiny escalates the Snarker War with an implicit threat. And by the way, if you've seen me jump on a few times in the past few months, where I just jumped on to hang out with Destiny for just a specific topic and then dip out, I'll tell you, not only did I want to maintain a respectful orbit, because I didn't want to be viewed, Steven himself referred to me as a meteor. You know, an orbit is a moon, something that's constantly there. A meteor is something that travels in and out of the solar system. The reason why I treated Steven and my orbit as a meteor prior to November of 2025 is because I didn't want to be a clout shark. I didn't want to be a demon. I didn't want to be another person in Steven's life who sucked up to him for money, wealth, power, and influence, and then backstabbed them the second that it was convenient.
Okay. Why'd people happy with $5? Getting to live through the 250th anniversary of the US is so fucking based. Bonus meme, why'd people happy is the best emote because it makes me smile IRL. Tyler with the tier 1 membership, thank you so much. Joshua with the primer. Bloomenberries with the tier 1 membership. Hatha with the tier 1 membership, thank you. Meta with $2. Fact, Apes movies better than the Star Wars sequels. Oh, 110%. Roby Price with the tier 1 membership, thank you.
I did not want to do that. Truth be told, I don't want to be doing this right now. I wish this hadn't happened. I wish that Steven and I could be friends. But there are things that I can't defend, and so I won't. So, Destiny escalates the Snarker War this past week.
Watch, it is creepy for streamers to send not safe for work messages to people on their Discord. I mean, I wouldn't do it. That seems like rolling the fucking dice. I wouldn't do it.
By saying that anybody who is hosting snarkers in their Discords and allowing them to talk shit unimpeded, he will no longer interact with them. And what I said, when Steven said that, he never direct messaged me. He never made a direct ask. He never told me what he wanted. What he did instead is he said that on stream, and then I got a series of messages about it. And I'll pull this up right now. I said that there's a reasonable ask here. Do not allow snarkers into your community to endlessly talk shit about me, or I will no longer associate, fraternize, debate, or talk with you. That's the reasonable ask. But the unreasonable ask, that I believe is an implied threat, was since Destiny has a disproportionate amount of clout, power, and influence, it is safer to ban snarkers entirely, so you do not warrant Steven's wrath and or disassociation. Not only did Mr. Mouton confirm that this implied threat was meant by Steven's statements, but Steven followed through on this implied threat. When I asked him for evidence of Doobie engaging in snark behavior that was greater than talking shit, he presented none. When I asked him why he doxed Esports Batman and Wicked Supreme, he didn't have a good answer. So no, I have done difficult things in my life. I am not going to be leaned on through social media and public pressure to ban people from my community, however nefarious, without cause. If you want me to ban these people, then you present cause. So on Friday, that blew up.
Well, if it's a buddy of yours, I mean, does Connor think like everyone's lying about it? I mean, it seems pretty obvious that the logs are real, that people have seen the logs. The Snarkers themselves have not denied a lot of the really damning stuff. What is the doubt here?
Past Friday. Matter of fact, I'll give you a date for the people who exist in the future. May 22nd of 2026. I've known about Devil and Brit since November. So, let me go ahead and move that away. Not only did Destiny imply the threat, he carried out the threat. So, on Saturday, might have even been Friday night, I get a message from Brittany. Brittany contacts me. She says, "Oh, it's crazy. I'm so sorry that you and Steven are breaking up. Steven and I are still talking." So I want you to understand this. Steven sexually text messaged a woman, did age play scenarios with her, got a shot across the bow, "Hey, this is fucked up and retarded," and he kept doing it. And not only did that happen, holy fucking shit, but I remembered the narrative.
He's getting really worked up about it. Bezin, did I say thank you? Thank you, buddy.
That her husband was in a group planning Steven's homicide, and I asked her to confirm that detail. She confirmed that detail. I have the screenshot. Not only that, this is going to be a tough one.
What's happening right now?
A second.
What is happening right now?
Not only that, but her and her husband are broken up, obviously. But Steven thought it was prudent to receive pornography of the husband and this wife. I want you to understand that. Britt vacillates between endless adoration and love for Steven. She truly loves him on a fundamental level. She thinks he's the best thing since sliced bread. When Steven is not around and is not communicating.
The specific doubt is whether Doobie and Officer Nasty / other people are doing gay ops, logging Destiny and Connor's community.
With her, she gets suicide because she's mentally unwell. Her husband has blamed Steven for the implosion of his family. Steven received a pornographic video of these two mentally unstable, homicidal, and suicidal military veterans having sex for his personal enjoyment. That is something that I was told on Saturday. And by the way, that was confirmed by both parties.
What's the significance of them being military veterans? Wait, what?
Her husband has blamed Steven for the implosion of his family. Steven received a pornographic video of these two mentally unstable, homicidal, and suicidal military veterans having sex for his personal enjoyment.
Okay. So my understanding is that a lot of these allegations get kind of blown up later in the stream by one of the parties that he's talking about here. I question the ethics of, like, let's say it was all real, you know, let's say all of this was real. I question the ethics of, like, let's say that they're a couple, they're two veterans, they have PTSD, they have self-unaliving thoughts, this kind of thing. Why would you blast this out in a live stream? Why would you do that? If that was actually true? If that was true, wouldn't blasting out their personal business on a live stream like that potentially be a pretty significant risk to those people? If all of that was true, it's just seems wildly inappropriate.
That is something that I was told on Saturday, and by the way, that was confirmed by both parties. That was confirmed by Britt, and that was confirmed by Devil. So, you can imagine, I hope, my frustration, rage, and anger that my retarded friend, who is $800,000 down because he was imprudent sexually, is still being imprudent sexually in a way that could get him killed. And in a way that could result in a woman's suicide. I am...
What? He doesn't understand the contradiction here? His whole line of attack here is implying that Steven's actions put someone at risk, put somebody mentally unstable at risk, and then just like blasts all the, but he doesn't understand the contradiction of like blasting all of this out on a live stream. That's kind of difficult to wrap my head around.
Obviously,
Coach with 17 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Love you, buddy. Thank you.
Angry about this fact. It gets worse. The Snarkers have not corrupted my mind. They have not mind raped me. They have not manipulated me into my position. If you take a look at my previous content, I have been quite clearly critical about Steven's sexual misadventures. And when I thought he was doing better, I was praising him. And when I thought he was fucking up, I was criticizing him. So to pretend that J-Stock, Queeman, or Doobie talked to me for 2 weeks and that somehow changed everything, it did not. You were just not paying attention to what I was saying previously. The Snarkers have given me one thing and one thing alone. I have verified that this is Britt through information that I have saved. She wrote in to Mr. Girl's call-in show via email to discuss her relationship with Steven. This is confirmed. I cannot be sued for this because I have the evidence that backs up the truth of this scenario. Let's listen.
This year, I was involved in an online affair with a guy for almost a year. My husband wouldn't engage with any of the weird trauma-induced kink stuff that I was curious about, and so I was compelled to...
Is this an AI reading, or did he hire a VO actor? What is this?
Impulsively and regretfully engage with this guy online in some pretty intense and taboo age play scenarios, including fantasizing about being step-parents to each other's kids, and obviously...
This is Mr. Girl reading it? Gotcha. Tehaj, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. Appreciate it.
Obviously, it went way too far, but felt really intensely good in the moment. But afterward, I felt sick and...
I mean... As to the question of like whether or not the Snarkers were running gay ops in Connor's chat, I don't know how much I can say, but the answer is yes, that was happening quite clearly, explicitly, yes.
and cried all night because it obviously felt really bad too. How do you know if the other person also feels the same way or if they would actually do it? My understanding is the best predictors are drug use and low empathy. And even worse, what if you felt like you love them so much that you wouldn't...
Is there any proof of this? Yes, I'm looking at it, but it's not mine to share.
Care if they did, and you get off on what you would potentially be willing to allow them to get away with? What if the idea is kind of enticing to you in a way, even if you deny it or try to lie to yourself about it? Even if you never act out on something like that yourself, lucky for me, it's over now. If you're saying that you doubt your willingness to hold boundaries in real life, then that is a danger. Yes. This year, I was involved in an...
I'm going to go ahead and play that one more time. Back in November, I had two conflicting stories. Devil told me that this was the scenario. That there was step-parent role play involving children. Brittany said no. It was babysitter shit. Devil's exaggerating. This is an email confirmed to be Brit sent to Mr. Girl. One more time.
This year, I was involved in an online affair with a guy for almost a year. My husband wouldn't engage with any of the weird trauma-induced kink stuff that I was curious about, and so I was compelled to impulsively and regretfully engage with this guy.
How much of this was walked back? How much? All right, nuclear winner. Get out of here. Go on, get.
Online in some pretty intense and taboo age play scenarios, including fantasizing about being step-parents to each other's kids. And obviously it went way too far, but felt really intensely good in the moment. But afterward, I felt sick and cried all night because it obviously felt really bad too. How do you know if the other person also feels the same way or if they would actually do it? My understanding is the best predictors are drug use and low empathy. And even worse, what if you felt like you love them so much that you wouldn't care if they did, and you get off on what you would potentially be willing to allow them to get away with? What if the idea is kind of enticing to you in a way, even if you deny it or try to lie to yourself about it? Even if you never act out on something like that yourself, lucky for me, it's over now. If you're saying that you doubt your willingness to hold boundaries in real life, then that is a danger. Yes.
Okay.
Holy fucking shit. Did he mean to show this on the screen? All caps just, I feel like I'm reading, Kevin Spacey's notes that they find at the end of 7. No, that's mean. I have eaten foliage with $5. Amazing Connor didn't consider Brit. Could have told that tale to both her husband and this letter and therefore not really corroborated. I don't really think I understand that. Cybexon with $5. I will assume none of this is walked back and it's none of my business what two consenting adults do privately. As far as people's... Now, I'm not saying that this is what actually occurred, but as far as what two consenting adults do in terms of roleplay stuff, I have zero opinion on that stuff. I don't understand the relevance at all. It could be the wildest roleplay you could possibly imagine. And I don't think that's any of my business. You know, like there's some kinks where I'm like, that's a little weird, but and if there's things that like in the past people have like asked me to do things that I wasn't comfortable with, but I just don't care. I don't think that it's relevant to any kind of like discussion about someone's character. I just don't care. People are into weird stuff, man. Everybody's got their weird shit that they're into. And I do not give a fuck.
And yes, my outline is on Microsoft Paint. Because fuck you, that's why.
I don't know if he meant to put this on his screen, but okay. He 1000% accidentally that he did not mean to do that.
Willingness to hold boundaries in real life, then that is a danger. Yes.
Okay. And yes, my outline is on Microsoft Paint. Because fuck you, that's why. What I said was, yes, my outline is on Microsoft Paint because fuck you, that's why. And it's funny. So, I wish Devil may not believe this, but I truly mean this. I wish him the best.
Am I to understand that Devil himself joins this call later in the stream? Is that what happened? Because I saw a clip of that, but is Devil the husband?
Moving on.
Okay. Yes.
From
all right.
Britt. Because I think they're broken up now. I truly wish Britt the very best. Moving on as well. She is clearly psychologically disturbed. She clearly needs therapy. If you talk to her for more than 30 seconds, you can identify the fact that she needs therapy. She is way too forward.
Oh boy. Glass houses. This is a glass houses moment. Crips Timberlands with $10. You bald, beautiful, emotional guru. Did you ever listen to the Robert Glasper cover of Reckoner? No, I have not. Reckoner is fucking great though. Lysolism with $10. What's crazy is Connor hasn't even seen the logs of Britt and Steven doing babysitting roleplay. That's a sentence. And he's relying on Britt's word. And I think I'm caught up. Kyan, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership. For some reason that did not show up in Streamlabs.
She is way too flirtatious. She is way too open with soft core, but still sexual messages. She is clearly someone in psychological distress. And this was identifiable to me within minutes.
Is Connor Catholic? I know he's Christian, but is he Catholic? We're very Catholicism and sexuality is why are you saying we? I mean Catholicism does fuck you up as far as your sexuality goes. If it feels good, it's probably wrong. Is kind of the Catholic way. Well, I don't know how everybody else was raised with Catholicism, but when we were taught about like sex ed, we were taught straight up like masturbation is a sin because it takes the focus off of God. You know, so like, you know, Catholics, sometimes we can be a bit repressed, I suppose. Might be the word for it. Dr. Strangelove with 5 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, buddy. I'm bald too. Nice. Dr. Donnie with $2. I feel like what Connor is doing is inappropriate. Everything about all of this is just so inappropriate is a good word for it. Very straightforward. Encapsulates the moment quite aptly, I would say. He claims to be a deist, but has a weird JBP-esque religious morality attachments. Okay. Applejacks with the primer. What's your favorite Radiohead album? Hutch, don't ask me that question. It's not fair. It's probably OK Computer. Probably OK Computer, but I mean, there's no wrong answer. Unless your answer is like King of Limbs, Pablo Honey, The Bends, or the other newer album they did. But if your answer is OK Computer, Kid A, Amnesiac, In Rainbows, Hail to the Thief, there's no wrong answer with those ones. Kid Gamer with the tier 2 membership, thank you so much. OK Computer came out when I was in 8th grade. And the first song I ever heard from Radiohead wasn't Creep. It was Paranoid Android. And the first time I heard it, it frightened me. I was like, what is this? Why am I so stressed? It's all very stressful. And then the song hits you with the rain down, come on, rain down. Oh man, it's this like beautiful cathartic release. I was like, oh. And that was like the first time I heard a song where I like melted into the music. I was a music fan in 8th grade, but that Radiohead was like, there's some bands where you just like melt when you're listening to the music. Daft Punk, Nine Inch Nails, Fleetwood Mac, Pink Floyd, you know. And that was like the first time I really like melted into the music that I would like. Tool, yeah, Lateralis. Coming here from YouTube chat, what's wrong with the Benz? It's a good album. It's just not like the Benz is good. It's good music, but they really elevate. Once you get to OK Computer, now that's them on a whole new kind of plane of reality. Like the Benz is a good rock album. I don't care for Pablo Honey personally, but once you get to OK Computer, he's just on another fucking level. They're just, you know, they're up in the clouds. You know? Of
meeting her on Discord. I'm not even losing.
The Benz has some good music though. Where do we go from here? Tell me, you know what I need. What's the They got that. You know what? That album does have some bangers actually. Hang on. Radiohead. The Benz track list. Street Spirit. That's a fucking that. You know what? That one's good. Street Spirit is a fucking banger. Hippo Loft with 20 pounds. OK Computer is probably mine as well, followed by Hail to the Thief for sure. Paranoid Android is basically our time's Bohemian Rhapsody. It is. It is. Yes. And it fit the times too. Like the 90s, that was like the peak grunge era, you know? Paranoid Android is like a dark Bohemian Rhapsody. Yeah. 100%. I never thought of it that way, but yeah, it is. Tank Swift with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much, buddy.
$800,000 was soft.
Westworld did exit music for a film for the finale, didn't it? They did, yeah. You know, Westworld remixed like 4 Radiohead songs. That first season, sorry, I'll stop ranting in a second, but that first season of Westworld was mind-blowing. I remember watching it with Esme, and my 2 favorite film genres are Westerns and sci-fi. So then Westworld comes out, and they're throwing in like 4 or 5 like Radiohead piano covers, and I'm watching it with Esme. I was like, I feel like the show was specifically made for me. Bad Company with $10. How does it not give Connor pause when all the snarker weirdos are cheering this on? And all his seemingly well-adjusted acquaintances are telling him to log off. I don't pretend to have special insight into Connor's mind.
Core. She is way too forward. She is way too flirtatious. She is way too open with soft core, but still sexual messages. She is clearly someone in psychological distress. And this was identifiable to me within minutes of meeting her on Discord. I'm not even losing $800,000. I'm not even being sued. I was able to identify her mental illness instantaneously. Obviously. So,
does he mean he was able to diagnose her, or he was able to identify that she has mental illness? Nico with $5. Radiohead did the prerequisite amount of LSD between the Benz and OK Computer, and even more before Kid A. The story behind How to Disappear is great. Wait, is this true? Is that actually true? Because that would explain so much. Is it like the Beatles? They fucking dropped a bunch of acid and all of a sudden started making the greatest music of all time. Boo 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 boom 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 boo 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 boom boom boom. When that fucking music, God, Everything in Its Right Place might be a contender for the best opening track of an album ever. It just like hits you, just like throws you in a trance right away. Korg the Destroyer with $10. If you like Westerns, watch The Great Silence. It's a fantastic movie. The Great Silence. (1968). A stark, snowbound spaghetti western in which a mute gunslinger defends desperate outlaws and a widow from ruthless bounty hunters. Ooh, I like that. Sign me up. Is that true? Did they say, did Radiohead, now I just have to know. Did the members of Radiohead do a bunch of LSD in between the Benz and OK Computer? If that's true, that explains so much, because their music does like ascend to a whole new level. Bone Tomahawk is a really great Western. It is so violent. That movie is so hard to watch.
I wrote down another piece of content that I think is relevant. Give me a second.
I watched a podcast with a guy who went to a Radiohead release party for Kid A, and he said when that synth started for Everything in Its Right Place, the room went fucking silent. I believe it. You lied to me. Short answer, no. That's not really borne out by anything documented. It's a fun-sounding theory because OK Computer has that disorienting spaced-out quality, but the band's own account of where the record came from points to something much less psychedelic. Why would you lie to me about that?
Where did I put it? That's interesting. Did I lose it? Ah, no, I have it. I'm going to read this to you real quick because it's relevant. I have been accused of becoming a snarker. I am not. I will not be dedicating the next 2 years of my life to Steven's downfall. I actually want Steven to do well. I think that the narratives of Steven are sometimes exaggerated. I don't think he's the most evil person on the planet. I've met far worse than Steven. But I think Steven is obviously self-destructive, sexually impulsive, and stupid. So if I had to prescribe for Steven, trying not to hate him, then I would say, this is my unsolicited advice. He should and this is not totally related to the sexting drama. Destiny should balance his spicy public takes to be spicy enough to get attention, but not so vile and criticizable that people want to murder him. He cannot, in good faith and good conscience.
I mean, that's probably good advice. I think Steven edges a little too close to the sun sometimes.
Blame the doxing, swatting, and harassment and attempted homicides solely on the stochastic permission structure created by his snarkers. He cannot do that while he is sexting a woman who is presently married, who was hanging out in a traditional Catholic group chat that was plotting or at least joking and stochastically trying to work each other up to his homicide. That is a fucking lie. Destiny should not bring mentally unstable women to public events where his personal sex drama has a chance to implode or ruin the event. Do you remember?
When did that happen?
Empath Chan? I sure as fuck do. He brought her to an Unfuck America event where she called Darius the N-word. Destiny should avoid fucking random fans at the event so that drama doesn't explode either. Not that I know that he has, just a general prescription.
What? If you don't know that he's done that, why would you? Azimuth Phoenix with the tier 1 membership. Thank you.
Destiny should speak to his sexting and sexual partners for a longer time to screen deeply mentally ill people out of his list of partners. Destiny should not engage in age play or any sex act which could be used to call him a pedophile. If a partner is discovered to have deeply mental illness, or excuse me, if a partner is discovered to have deep...
Question the logic there. If Destiny engages in some kind of kink with someone, and then that leaks, it wouldn't be like Destiny's fault, right? Like that's a bit of like pre-victim blaming. Paper Citadel with 6 months. Thank you. You know you've made it when they want to off you.
Deep mental illness, like Anavoir, Sherry, or Britt.
Nico with $2. Apologies. I got Facebooked back in 2002. Damn.
He should simply message them, sorry, I don't think it's healthy for us to engage, and then block them on all platforms and not speak about them privately or publicly, regardless of whether or not they attack him publicly. You know why? Because you were the dipshit dumb enough to have sex with mentally ill fucking women. Destiny should evidence his claims that Snark is responsible for his swatting, doxing, and digital harassment beyond criticism.
The empath Chan thing is a lie. He didn't bring her. She showed up on her own. Gotcha.
Destiny should only engage in turning the other cheek or tit for tat morality. He should not engage in eye for an eye or barbarian retributive violence. Destiny should focus on political commentary and community development in order to get another college event / canvassing operation going for both of the midterms in 2028 if he wasn't a fucking dipshit. Instead, he's on the fucking internet using a pedophile champion to defend his honor against shitters criticizing his personal life. Meanwhile, he engages in even dumber, reprehensible fucking actions. And his fucking cult of dipshits say that I'm pocket watching because I'm worried about him losing $800,000 in legal expenses. They say that I'm penis watching because I'm criticizing him for engaging in stepdad fucking role play with
it has a different ring to it when you say penis watching.
A random, insane, suicidal woman on the internet while he's being sued for sexual misconduct.
It's so contradictory to call this woman a random, insane, what did he just say?
Fucking role play with a random, insane, suicidal woman on the internet.
He says that 10 minutes after criticizing Destiny for exploiting someone with mental illness, and then just refers to her in that kind of way. Is kind of gross.
While he's being sued for sexual misconduct. So no offense to the people in my chat who are likely spurging the fuck out, who I cannot presently see. But if you say pocket watching, or if you say dick watching,
I simply don't believe him that he doesn't have chat up right now.
You're a piece of shit. And you would let Steven kill himself if it amused you for 2 seconds on the internet.
Wasn't this litigated already on your stream? Why go over it again? Your eyes look a little glossy. Why did you spend almost an entire week, 6+ hours a day, talking about it to everyone except and the internet except to him privately. Get to the point. You didn't criticize Vosh, though. What is a snarker to you? He's getting some pushback in the chat there. What is the end game here? I have no fucking idea. This feels like a dog chasing a car situation. I don't know if there is a clear end game. It's just like, it's all just ego and impulse. Aeon Android with $10. If we find out that Kyla or Melina has mental illness, does that mean he should find them problematic? I'm not understanding the mental illness jab. Well, Connor here has a pattern of broadly describing people as having mental illness. I don't like some of the language he uses about these women.
My stance.
I hate it too, Cherry. Yeah, I think it's gross.
Neutral or positive to engage in a phobophilic or pedophilic role play. I think it's bad.
Well, there we go.
If you think it's neutral or good, and you are a current member of my community, I ask one of two things from you.
Why are we exploring the morality of kinks?
You either keep that opinion to yourself or you leave my community. And if, let's say that all of my Oilers, all of my Chippers, all of my community support come from people who think this is not a big deal.
Hodge, Connor purged a bunch of mods and followers from this drama. Yeah, I said it the last time, but this is kind of the textbook definition of a crash out, but this one seems a bit prolonged.
And who think that it is perfectly sane and rational for Steven to be sexting suicidal and homicidal people while currently being sued for sexual misconduct.
PJ with $5, I guess I sort of know what he's trying to get at, but it also feels like he's getting lazy and just infantilizing people with mental illness. He's certainly doing that.
I don't want your money. I would rather destroy my streaming career, and I would rather go back to working construction administration as a nobody who participates in this space as a hobby than continue to rely on your viewership or financial support. I want that to be abundantly fucking clear.
Tank Swift with $2. Pretty sure Connor is having a mental breakdown. I don't know. A mental breakdown is, maybe that's a bit strong, the language. He's having what we might call an episode. He's in it. Like, he's like in it right now. But I still maintain, like, if he just backed off a little bit, took a break, decompressed for a little bit, maybe got some couch time, talked to a therapizer himself, then like, it shouldn't be career ending, you know what I mean?
That if you thought that I should have swept for this, if you thought that I should have let sleeping dogs lie, if you think this is some kind of crash out, I would like you to go to the Discord. I would like you to click one of the settings buttons, and I would like you to leave. Regardless of the amount of money that you've given me, regardless of the amount of time that we've been friends, regardless of the amount of time that you've been a part of the community, enjoyed the community, you can send me a nice message on your way out. Hey,
why is he trying to moralize kinks between two consenting adults? I genuinely have no idea. That's like not anybody's business. The almighty Pat with $5. It feels like he's sweeping the murder plot to condemn sex acts between two consenting adults. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that a little bit.
Hey, Connor, it's been a wild ride. I appreciate you. Hope you have a beautiful day. Fuck yourself. And then leave the community. I would prefer that. I would prefer to go work a normie job than have that be my community. Now, as if this wasn't bad enough, because Steven can't admit that he's at fault, He can't admit that he's sexually impulsive. He can't admit that he's hurt people through his misconduct. He can't admit that he's wrong. He can't admit that he continued his impulsivity long after his Vyvanse prescription. He also lied to my face. And he lied to your faces as well. When I told him that Lauren Southern loved him and wanted to get back with him, I was trying to be polite about their scenario. And I was trying to not out that they had a relationship. So when Steven said, how about you take this L, we've been secretly dating for 3 months, he was lying. When he said that I asked out Lauren and got rejected, he was lying. When he has implied that what has motivated me is jealousy out of his relationship for Lauren Southern, he is lying to you.
So he didn't ask her out, or he didn't get rejected?
I was already talking to Lauren as a friend. Steven, I was becoming single. I never asked Lauren Southern out. I asked Steven if he would have any problems with me asking Lauren Southern out. And instead of recognizing that I was trying to be sensitive to his feelings, he tried to use that as a weapon against me because he was pressed and he was getting raped in our conversation.
Hey, Ion Android with $5. This is definitely an episode he emotionally looping and catastrophizing otherwise normal private activities. He's personally involving himself in things that in a way that is, like, I would say, just very inappropriate. Just kind of don't make sense. What do we call this being enmeshed? Maybe that's not the word. I'm thinking of, like, I was with someone who had a really bad alcohol addiction, and I became obsessed with their behavior, and I became kind of consumed with a mission to, like, get them to stop drinking, and, like, their life became my life. I guess that would be like enmeshment. Do we say enmeshment? I had rational reasons, because it's hard to watch someone literally, like, slowly kill themselves. That's a really difficult thing, but the way that I reacted was I became just consumed. Just every day I was thinking about this person and their behavior, and it just made me, like, really sick. This kind of reminds me of that, like, focusing on somebody else's behavior and positioning yourself as though you have this responsibility to get them on a better path or something like that. It's just, there's many such cases. Am I caught up? I think so. Oh, Eric with $5. I didn't want to expose that you had a relationship, but I did say that Lauren wanted to get back together. Make it make sense. Kion with $5. Bro, you guys are doing the same thing as the Snarkers with the crash out thing. You guys, what do you... I'm confused.
Not only did Lauren confide...
Hutch's last hair strand... with $5, as someone who's recently been overcoming their own mental illnesses and started finally talking with my mother again, it's deeply infuriating how much people essentialize mental health.
In me that they were talking about dating again at that time, which was part of the reason why I never asked her out. And by the way, I do have a girlfriend. I don't even give a shit. Lauren's 1,400 fucking miles away. She also told me that Steven was too much of a fucking pussy to commit. Rather than engaging in a healthy relationship with a woman he loves, he would rather go do step-parent fucking age play with random women on Discord and Tinder.
It is. It's just it is a bit odd for him to be personally so pressed about that. Even if I accepted just accepting the framing is true, like, okay, why would that personally offend you? Like, that's kind of a bit much.
He is a socially and sexually retarded human being who has destroyed his personal and professional life because he is so dysfunctional. And I am not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to be silent about it. If anybody asks me any question related to this drama, I'm going to answer them honestly based off of the information that I have. It is not a...
Zero Lord with $2. Destiny, show me a recording. Snarker, I believe. Shane with the tier 1 membership. Thank you, Shane.
Crazy stance. Might be a crazy stance in some online communities. But it is not a crazy stance to say that pedophilic and ephemophilic sexual role play is crazy. It is not a crazy stance to say that engaging in this kind of reckless sexual behavior
It's never been my thing, but honestly, that stuff is more normal than people think. Certain shades of it are kind of normal for a lot of like sexually active adults. Papa Kazel with $5. Does he think if he keeps saying the same thing, it will suddenly make it relevant to the Snarker conversation? I'm waiting for that connection to be made. So far, it's been like 30 minutes of talking about like his take on like Steven's private life. But I'm waiting for the connection with like the Snarker stuff. CM Double with $5. Ever thought about making more of a streaming studio like Josiah Destiny? I do like the spare bedroom background look. Just curious. It's a little messy back there. I have my that's like my bag with all my gun cleaning stuff. It's a little messy back there. I could make it more orderly. Hutch, that is an insane thing to say. What is an insane thing to say? I don't think so. Are you talking about like people having? It's just, you know, I don't know. Wouldn't women that, you know, say the word daddy, wouldn't that be kind of like dipping our toes in age roleplay? That's very normal, like very common. But even if people have or are on the extreme end of that kink, it's just like I don't really understand the relevance to the conversation. Like that is like this immoral act. I can think of a lot worse things than that. Shen with $2. I don't know that roleplay is wildly immoral and freakish. Guy with $5. This is also dumb. Even if this is all true, why the fuck would Steve take the verbal responsibility Connor is demanding during a court case?
Behavior, while under civil lawsuit for other reckless sexual behavior, is patently fucking insane. And I will not be gaslit by moral cowards.
He seemed to suggest earlier that like his theory is that if you engage in role play, you're because of neuroplasticity and repetition. He seems to think that it's like a slippery slope to actual pedophilia, which that is kind of an insane thing to say. Like role play between two consenting adults is like, well, you know, you do it in a playful setting behind closed doors, and soon enough you're going to be, you know, prowling grade schools. And it's just I feel like if that was like an actual phenomenon, we would have learned about it by now. Jaws with $2. If it's two consenting adults, who cares?
Into other
Fleva with the tier 1 membership.
Perspective patently.
Bad Company with $5. It's also insane for Connor to paint Lauren Southern as mentally ill when he asked her out himself. Did he say that Lauren was mentally ill?
Fucking insane. And I will not be gaslit by moral cowards into other perspectives. Specifically, thank you, Hutch. Thank you, Wick. Why is this all in the open? I don't know. Why the fuck do I know about it? If this is Steven's personal life, if this is his private life, and his private life is private, why do I know about it? Is it because he recklessly engaged with mentally ill people who contacted me and told me about it? Is that why?
In private, right? Do they consent to you talking about this publicly? Fresh paycheck with $5. If Destiny wants to fuck his own life up, that's his prerogative. It's so weird Connor is using that as a reason to condemn him. It's just a level of personal involvement that is not healthy, I would say. Lawson with $5. Connor, bless his heart, saying this is not normal when he means I don't want this to be normal. True.
It is also not a crazy stance to say that Steven has fucked over his friends, people who care about him, and his professional relationships. Pisco and him were going to do a show together in 2024. He fucked that up. Hutch, Josiah, IRI, me, Lonerbox, we would all love to collaborate with Steven. He is a nuclear fucking stockpile next to a case of fucking dynamite.
So you just draw boundaries around that stuff and live your life, you know? It's like beyond like healthy, normal boundaries to be mad about that, you know? Just people are the way that they are. That's a lesson I'm still learning, to be honest with you. I struggle sometimes, but like you just create your boundary, and then you just like the boundary's there to protect you, you know? But if this isn't a boundary, this is just like criticism / you know, like condemnation. You know, I think it's true that Destiny makes it difficult to, you know, and this has been the case for years. He, through his conduct, he makes it kind of difficult to keep like a close relationship with him. But I don't resent him for that. You know what I mean? I'm just like, well, because a lot of the stuff that he said, like when the Charlie Kirk stuff happened, and he was doing his whole that whole arc. It's stuff like that where it's just like I'm just not comfortable being that close to that kind of rhetoric, you know. But I don't like. I'm not over here like mad that he does that. Fucking man, he makes it so hard. It's just like, well, I don't really want to be close to that. And then you just kind of live your life. But it seems like Connor's like personally offended by it. Captain Dan the Fireman with $20. No healthy person gives a shit what two consenting adults do behind closed doors. I'm sick of hearing what others' genitalia are doing, or either doing or where they've been. Also, fuck food shops and her needy shit. Yuck. Dr. Strangelove with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Stanky the Clown with $5. I mean, someone could sue Hutch or anyone for the same thing with no evidence, and then they'd be in court due to sexual stupidity.
There are new people. Adam Mockler, Unfuck America, Midas Touch, Bulwark, who would probably love to work with Steven on a frequent...
This is why Steven likes you, Hutch. You accept him and move on. That seems like all he wants. It's just a good way to live your life. I am not perfect at this, you know. I am not perfect at this. Some relationships, it's really hard to get that acceptance. But it's for you. That's the point. It's such a good principle to live by. Like, acceptance is a really big, important part of my life. Like, so much of my unhappiness in the past was because I just didn't accept that certain things were the way that they were. And I would personally involve myself in ways that was like making me unhappy. It's also like a very kind of Buddhistic principle. Like Buddhists are big on not fighting things so much, letting go, accepting things, you know, like not creating your own suffering. It's just like a big principle in recovery is that you cause a lot of your own pain simply by not accepting things, people, things that are outside of your ability to control. And it just makes you miserable. I'm better now that I'm older about protecting my well-being. I don't get as angry as I used to. And I'm definitely not perfect at it, but I'm just like a lot better. It probably took me too long to learn these lessons. I was a slow learner, I'll put it that way. Brick wall with €2. Kick exclusive gun stream. Take my can you do live streams from firing ranges? That would be fun.
Basis. But he is too busy smacking his fucking dick with a rake to consider his personal or professional relationships. Dan Saltman has been doxxed and harassed as a result of Steven's behavior. I'm sure Mr. Mooten has been digitally harassed as a result of being Steven's friend.
There's a couple things there to unpack. Like, first of all, the people who chose to dox those people are responsible for those doxing. For those doxes. But also, second of all, Dan and Mr. Mooten are grown-ups who, and I don't know Mooten at all, just to be clear, but I'm just saying, like, they're both grown-ups. And so if they choose to still associate with Steven, I'm sure they've thought about like the risks involved, and I would assume that there's like some level of acceptance of the risk there.
I was being harassed for being friendly with Steven. I am currently being harassed by Steven's cult. Kyla was harassed by Steven's haters, and if she ever pops up her head to comment on this situation with any level of detail, she will either be consumed by Steven's critics or by Steven's community, depending on how she talks about it.
I mean, so there's an element of DGG that I think is that can be a little much. I'm not painting with a broad brush here. I'm not saying everyone in DGG is like that, but DGG, there's some people in DGG that can be kind of brutal. Ion Android with $5. If you notice, without connecting any of these issues, he's brought up sexual misconduct through critique of the kink. But where is the misconduct? Straight for moves with £5. Who cares about age play? People do all sorts of extreme role play fantasies because that's their kink. If it's consenting adults, it doesn't matter. It's just none of my business, you know. It's just none of anybody's business. Knife Mall with $5. We know you aren't perfect. You are wide and you game on an ultra bald monitor. We accept you as who you are. Okay.
So yes, Steven's private or personal conduct affects his friends and people who care about them, and anybody who pretends otherwise is coping. I believe that Steven is a reckless sex addict with unprocessed trauma. He is dangerous to himself. He is dangerous to other people, but I wish him the best.
I gotta space out the super chats, otherwise I'm gonna be unpausing every 2 seconds. So I'm seeing them come in, but I'll be more sparse when I read them out.
And I do mean that. I think Steven should go to therapy. I think he should go to some kind of rehabilitation. I think he should think about the amount of people that he's fucked over. I think he should think about the amount of people that he's hurt. I think that he should, even if he's a sociopath, let's say that instead of taking stock of his sins, his narcissism prevents him from considering what has been said this evening. Let's say that all he can think about is going on offense and destroying my life. Why don't you just think about it from a sociopathic calculation? Even a sociopath who was mildly self-aware and mildly evaluative of the consequences that they had been through would know that engaging in pro-social behavior would be more beneficial to you. So you don't have to think about my feelings. You don't have to think about Kyla's feelings. You don't have to think about Dan. You don't have to think about Britt. You don't have to think about Mooten. You don't have to think about Trihex. You don't have to think about fucking Wicked Supreme or Hutch or Josiah.
I'm going to pee real quick. I don't know why I'm being brought up. Like, I never took any of like Destiny's, anything he's done, like any kind of like mistake that I think he's made. I've never took that personally. Why would I? Got nothing to do with me. So I don't know why I'm being brought up like Destiny fucked me up, fucked me over with his bad behavior. What does that got to do with me? I never internalized that. Let me pee real quick up here.
Or Pisco, or don't think about any of our feelings, because it seems like you're only able to do so with a passing consideration. Just think about you from a self-reflective, self-aware situation. Have you been an antisocial cunt and it's resulted in you becoming a millionaire? Absolutely. Has you being an antisocial cunt wiped out $800,000 of your wealth? Absolutely. Have you lost 99% of your friends and lovers? Yes. Are there people who hate you on the internet for rational reasons? The answer, shockingly, he was denying this on Friday, is yes. So, Stephen, even if you are a sociopath who enjoys engaging with mentally ill people, can you please, for the love of God, just recognize that your antisocial behavior is not only destroying the people around you, it's destroying you. And anybody who had a lick of common sense, who was around you, who actually cared about your well-being, would tell you to fucking stop. That's what I got. So, I'm assuming chat is filled with antisocial, gray name fucking freaks. I'm assuming there might be a few super chats, or not. I am going to pop open my chat, and I am going to engage until I feel like it. Who asked? Who asked you?
Oof. The only Brian with $5. If I had $1 every time somebody brought up Hutch in unrelated drama, I would donate a lot more. Mr. Fantov with the Tier 1 membership, discarded Sunday with $20. This entire thing could have been Destiny's personal life. Drama bleeds into our streaming life. Is too much for me. I'm not engaging and moving on. This entire days long crash out reeks of I'm not fired, I quit. Boundaries. It's just boundaries. That's all this is. It's just boundaries. If you don't like the drama of being associated with a particular person, draw boundaries, and then, enforce those boundaries. Tallybots with $5. Let he who has never watched a scripted stepmom seen cast the first stone. The Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz has become a tier 1 member. Nobody Chef with $5. If there are some DGG that get way too parasocial, but thankfully the mods in the subreddit at least keep that stuff down. Base 3-day rule for drama. Grantastic Granny with $10. It really feels like Connor is treating everyone like children. Wonder how long it will take him to realize he is acting like one the most. It just sounds like he's not great with boundaries. That's what I keep going back to. Super Snake with $5. I know you don't get anime, but if you love westerns and sci-fi, you should watch Cowboy Bebop. It's really short and the perfect blend of genres. IMO. Esme really likes Cowboy Bebop, I think. Pretty sure. West Coast Girl with the tier 1 membership. Thank you. Jeffrey with $5. Did you see Steven wrote you in the DGG will? If he's unalived, you will be our new dear leader. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Fleva with $5. The I knew she was mentally ill within minutes comment was all I needed to know to understand what's going on here. Game recognizing game. Cheesy Fries with $5. Notice how Destiny is the only person with any agency. There's no real condemnation for the doxers. Then just a passing they suck. I mean, I don't know what I was expecting in this last hour. He called out me and Wick personally for our commentary, but then didn't even really make an effort to connect all of this criticism of the last hour to the snarkers. Like I don't know if he's even tried to articulate what this has to do with the snark stuff. Dazvidani with $2. Bebop is actually goated. What is this? 8 to 9? Well, let's get through the rest of the video here before we get to that stuff. Aeon Android, did I get you for $5? If you notice, without connecting any of these issues, he's brought up sexual misconduct through the... Oh, I think I already got you for that one. Okay.
Let me sign into my chat.
This all feels very unhealthy. Position yourself as like a brave truth teller, and then know that you're gonna and then get into like nasty exchanges with chat. It feels very I don't know what the word is. Like masturbating while crying is what it feels like.
Dan,
we've all been there.
Saltman's wife asked. That's who asked. She asked, why is she being harassed at her place of business? That's what she asked. Kyla asked. The immigration officers that investigated Kyla to see whether or not she should be deported, they asked. Britt asked. Britt asked, is Steven ever going to talk to me again, or should I commit suicide? There's a ton of people who asked.
Who asked what now?
That's who asked.
Oh. Okay, wait. I think I get it.
With a mentally ill woman who threatened suicide long after he... there's a ton of people who asked.
Yeah, but none of those people asked you to speak for them.
What is the brief summary of the truth that you revealed here? Stephen engaged in pedophilic fucking age play with a mentally ill woman who threatened suicide long after he said that he had his sexual proclivities under control. How is this Destiny's fault? You're too retarded to be in my community. Leave and never come back. Is this his fault too? Patriarch, I thought you didn't like drama. Why are you here? What made the deterioration between the two of you happen behind the scenes for you?
Federal judge had sex in chambers with police officer and lied about it. Investigation found. Ooh, spicy.
Finding out that he was still talking to Britt. Laughed my ass off, you're crashing out. I feel like I spoke in a pretty calm, narrative manner. So, see ya. Don't come back. It's a nothing burger? You think role-playing, molesting children is a nothing burger? Go tell that to your parents if you have a good relationship with them.
I mean, I imagine it would be pretty awkward to talk to your parents about any sexual kink that you might have, but depending on the relationship you have with your parents, I suppose. Real Patriot with 10 gifted memberships. God. Thank you so much, buddy. Sacred Snow with $20. As someone who watched Connor daily for like a year, this is wild and jarring to come back to after taking a month off YouTube politics. If genuine, he's going about this wrong, but he'll never back down because he's too self-assured. I just think he needs distance from it. He's too close to it right now. He's too deep in it. He's too pot committed. I imagine he feels like he has to maintain a certain kind of posture, but he doesn't. He could just take a break. He could just take a break from the internet and just focus on Warhammer stuff for a couple weeks, and you know. Lysolism with the tier 1 membership. Thank you. Appreciate that very much. Thank you. Paper Citadel with $5. Connor's neuroplasticity argument is basically just video games make kids violent. Essentially, yes. That's what he's saying about age roleplay kinks, is that it is a slippery slope to actual pedophilia, which is a pretty wild claim.
Somehow I feel that you don't have a good relationship with your parents, friends, family, or community. Matter of fact, go to your job. Go to your job and say, hey, is role-playing molesting children normal? And let me know how that goes for you.
I would recommend not doing that.
Who's Britt? A Discord girl. Is this just reiterating what you said 3 days ago? Yeah. With the fact that Brittany admitted that it all happened. Patriarch, more like Gatriarch, true. Yeah, the Vyvanse. The Vyvanse was supposed to do this. Where's the evidence for that, Connor? I have it. That's why I'm not going to be sued.
The Vyvanse was supposed to do what? Does Vyvanse help ADD people not be as impulsive?
What about your ex-wife? What about her? Saw her today. People have kinks, Connor. You're not welcome in my community. Goodbye. You are blowing up Lauren's ABS over people's life and run cover for people who are actively harassing the people you say you want to protect? Okay. Good luck. Bye. Why does the story...
Yes, Vyvanse generally helps people with ADHD become less impulsive, and it does so by increasing dopamine and norepinephrine activity in brain regions responsible for executive function, behavioral inhibition, and self-control. The effect comes from how its active form, dextroamphetamine, changes neurotransmitter signaling. Interesting. Vyvanse becomes dextroamphetamine in the bloodstream, which then raises dopamine and norepinephrine levels in the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain that regulates planning, inhibition, and decision making. It blocks reuptake of these neurotransmitters, keeping them active longer. It increases their release, boosting signaling even further. What is it about ADHD brains that need this sort of thing in the first place? Like, what is the deficiency there? What is it about? What is it about how people with what is it about brain chemistry of people with ADHD that makes this kind of medication necessary? I don't know if that's the right way to phrase that, but firm stool. We all love a good firm stool. With $30. $30. Thank you so much, buddy. Who is Mr. K with the tier 1 membership? Vyvanse absolutely helps for impulsivity. Halen's Haven with the tier 1 membership. Firm stool with another $30. Jesus Christ. Thank you, buddy. Jay Blaze with the tier 1 membership. Dazvidania with $5. This is for everyone in chat. Do not share your sex life and kinks with your coworkers. It will not turn out the way you think. Stumbling through life with $5. For context, Connor has been a Food Shops hater for 3+ years since her controversy OCD crash out. He farmed her like Kuimon did. Not familiar with what you're referring to there. Has Food Shops even been around for 3+ years? Jay Blaze with $10. Remember, this all started when Destiny wanted to content blacklist people with doobies sitting in their discords for hours and hours talking about him. It has nothing to do with Destiny's sex life. Okay. For ADHD brains, there's lower or dysregulated dopamine activity. There's reduced norepinephrine signaling. Norepinephrine supports alertness, focus, working memory, and executive control. And there's an underactivation of the prefrontal cortex, which makes you less active during tasks requiring focus, slower to activate during decision making, less efficient at inhibiting impulses. Okay.
Story keep changing? What changed about it? I cannot bring myself to care about what two adults I don't know do with each other. It doesn't want to be normal for me to give a fuck. Okay, bye. I never wanted you in my community. Casper says, Connor, please read what Mr. Girl said the age play was, because I heard role playing as step parents of each other's kids, not as each other's kids. Yeah, isn't that fucking worse? If you knew he was deviant in a way you detest, why didn't you set boundaries and leave it at that? Because I am sick of him taking advantage of mentally ill women.
As you violate the privacy of one of the women that you call mentally ill, like literally violating her privacy by sharing like private correspondence stuff. Unless, I don't know, maybe she said it was okay for him to talk about this stuff. I can't imagine that's true. A federal judge has upheld the constitutionality of nitrogen gas executions in Alabama. The ruling clears the way for an inmate sentence to be carried out next month. Interesting.
How's that? What do we actually know about the role play exactly? Gosh, so nasty talking about people's private sex lives, but I feel like I've been vague references before. Go listen to the Mr. Girl clip. It's probably on Twitter at this point. Okay. Go be freaks somewhere else. Truly, if this is not your line, then leave. I never want to talk to you. I never want to talk to people like you.
I just want to warn people, because a lot of you guys are young. Probably younger than me. Maybe a little bit more sexually inexperienced. Be careful about doggy style. Okay, people think that doggy style is harmless, but before you know it, you're attracted to dogs. I've seen it happen many times. Because of the thing called neuroplasticity, when you're having sexual relations in the position known as doggy style, your brain thinks that you're literally having sex with a dog, and then you associate that thought with sexual arousal. I've known a few people that blew up their lives doing that, and it's not worth it. Missionary, there's a lot you can do with missionary. It's a very dynamic position. Halen's Haven with $5. Hey man, been offline for a bit. Who ended up winning Frag Cup 1? I don't even remember. I have no idea. Crook Joe with 11 months. Thank you so much. Aeon Android with $5. Been here since you started his vid. I'm not seeing evidence that Destiny and Brit's dynamic was dangerous. Siam Double with $2. Connor 100% only does missionary. Omaha with $5. That deserved a super chat. Thanks for the giggles. It's not a joke. You thought I was joking about the doggy style? It's in the name. Doggy style. Why do you think that is?
Rob's boss says, why did you claim Steven lied about the Lauren Southern stuff when you justify why you pursued her to me in your Discord? You're straight up lying, bro. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You're a fucking retard.
I don't know. I guess I was exposed to some wild kinks really early on in my life. I dated someone who was really plugged into the sex positive scene in San Francisco. And even though I've never been a particularly I don't think I have any extreme kinks, and I don't have that curiosity as other people do. I met a lot of people that were into extreme kinks. I've talked to people who have done dog role play. I talked to someone who dated a couple, and she would role play like a dog for hours at a time. She peed on a little mat. And you hear enough of those kind of stories, and it's like, you know what? They seem happy. I'm not trolling. I'm not. I just met a lot of people like that in my 20s, and it just, things stop. Once you hear those kinds of stories, I went to a kink party in San Francisco, and that was my first time, and I was hella nervous. And I go in there, and it's just an interesting environment because you look over to the right and you see a guy who is strapped to a crucifix, with a big old erection, and he's got his little play partner, hitting him with whips and stuff. It's like, huh, okay, well, that's interesting. And then I look over here, and there's spanking going on with bamboo sticks. I'm like, huh, that's pretty weird. And then I look over there, and there's a guy strapped to a fucking gurney, and another guy is tweaking his nipples, and another guy is shocking his balls with a little shocker thing. And I was like, you know what? If it makes you happy. ZJM with 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate that, buddy. I got exposed to that stuff when I was in my 20s, and so I was just like, eh. And then you hang out with them outside of a sexual setting, and they're normal people, nice people. Very normal, nice people outside of the sexual setting. I was like, yeah, well, okay, well. J.O. Kane with the primer. Thank you. TJ with 17 months. Connor's R slur use is uniquely bothersome. 100 over Batman with $2. Remember, Connor views promiscuity as a moral wrong. Jay Madera with 5 months. This crash out is too much. Love you, Hutch. Burza with the tier 1 membership. Thank you. Jay Greaves with the tier 1 membership. Missionary isn't it. You end up preaching in Africa. Oh, I get it. Okay. LM with $5. Serious political streamer, by the way. Yeah.
I said Lauren's hot. That's descriptively true, you fucking dipshit. We're supposed to believe you have the evidence for this insane claim when you spent a week telling Destiny you won't believe his claims without seeing evidence? Hold on, Pyvan. Hold on. So Destiny has the evidence, and I just need to trust them. And I have the evidence. I know I have the evidence. And the only reason why I'm not sharing the evidence is because I don't want to hurt Brit and Devil more than...
But you already blasted it out. What do you mean? I mean, if you don't want to hurt them, you don't want to violate their privacy, you just blast it out. Like,
I have the evidence. And the only reason why I'm not sharing the evidence is because I don't want to hurt Brit and Devil more than this.
More than already sharing their private information?
I have it.
I will hurt them up to a point. I will call this woman that I'm referring to, you know, mentally ill psychopath, but I'll stop there. And I won't actually show the logs.
Guess what the chances of me being sued are? 0. You know why?
Hodge sees Destiny Kinks and says amateur. Well, listen, I've lived a lot of life. Okay. I blame the Catholic Church. They're the ones that made me curious. The Catholic Church taught me that pleasure is bad. That just made me more curious about stuff. I'm not even kidding when I say that. I genuinely think it's the church's fault. Okay. But I discovered through all that process that I'm like kind of normal, you know, I'm pretty vanilla. But, you know, I was adventurous. I was an adventurous young man. I went through like a yes phase, you know. People asked me if I wanted to do things. Fuck it. Let's try it. Why not? I literally told myself, I was like, this is the age where I just go out and I just try stuff, right? Like just on paper, this is probably when you do it. So, okay, that's a little weird, but yeah, let's get it, you know, like, fuck it. Why not? You know? Arrow Cleo with the tier 1 membership. Thank you. Rattle with $10. Connor is banning people for saying who cares what he does with consenting adults and accusing them of being a pest, but he still considers himself his friend. Shouldn't he stop being his friend if it's so bad? Well, I mean, like if you're friends with someone and that friendship is causing you a lot of pain, then probably take a look at that. Ryan with $5. Don't lie, Hutch. We know you hopped in line to be next in the gurney. No, I just sat there and just was just like, just kind of took it in. I didn't even have sex when I went. We didn't even do anything sexual when we went. I was just like, literally just like, so this is what it looks like. Okay, well, I've seen movies with these kinds of scenes, and yeah, it kind of looks like those movies, I guess. It looks like a fucking Eyes Wide Shut situation. Dark with the tier 1 membership. Thank you so much. Arrow Cleo with the tier 1 membership. Did I get you? Naughty Toddy with 50 sec. Only knew Hutch as the COD guy and never connected you were the same person. Your talk about losing your sister made me rethink losing my grandma. I'm sorry to hear about your loss, buddy. Hope you're doing okay with that. Curly with $10. Call me Kaya the way I'm getting shocked in a collar. Oh no. Shock Doctor with the tier 1 membership. Time to join the stream. Man gets balls shocked. Made him happy. That little fucker on that gurney, he was loving life. He was happy. I can't explain it. I don't understand it, but I know he was enjoying himself. So, hey, fuck it.
Because I have the evidence that backs up my perspective. So if he sued me, I would literally just present all the evidence that backed up my perspective. Space DP says, hey man, as a fan of yours and the one I was expecting to bridge the burn with Destiny, bro, you are clearly in the wrong. Okay, I don't want you in my community. Goodbye. If you think getting sued for leaking homemade pornography on the internet and then immediately Discord DMing a suicidal girl and playing out pedophilic and ephebophilic sexual fantasies is normal, I don't want you in my community. I'm sad that you're in Twitch poll. Christian Blairis, no.
Toby Maguire officially in Doomsday. I've known that shit for months, maybe a year. Doomsday is gonna fuck so hard, you guys. I don't think you guys understand how hard Doomsday is gonna fuck. Captain Dan the Fireman with $5. Reminder, the man on the screen is interviewing McMorrow soon. Oh, you know what? Fucking hell. What am I doing? Jesus Christ. I should email them. You know what? Stay away from me. It's not good for you. The fate of a Michigan senator's race could rest on the shoulders of this bald bard.
You literally justified the fact that you pursued her? I never pursued her, you retard. You're a fucking retard. Here's 24 hours.
I don't know about, so there was some correspondence about interviewing McMorrow.
Tag up. Connor, my guy, I understand where you're coming from as a Christian, but in 2026, most people see two adults doing consensual things with each other, even if it's a weird kink. I think you're in a freak fucking community. No offense, Tag up.
I am interviewing Senator McMurrow. It's happening. Okay. They had a debate last night in Michigan. I wanted to watch it with you guys, but the drama squeezed up all the oxygen.
You definitely hurt Britt. Thanks. Well, I'm not the one doing fucking pedo age play with a fucking suicidal person. Unlikely he would sue you even if you're wrong. Well, good news is I don't even have to worry about it. Matthew Tatter, can you see why people think you have a savior complex? Sure. But I can't save Steven. Steven only has to save him.
It's just me. Yeah, just me interviewing McMurrow next week.
Himself. It's that simple. Did the couple involved in this want all that information about out that on the internet? The husband wanted it out in November. Then he got cold.
Cribs with $2 belly to belly missionary is goated. Missionary is like, listen. It's great. There's a lot you can do. There's like 25 different like sub positions that you can do. Missionary is highly underrated.
Cold feet. Does Kyla hate Destiny 2 now? Probably not. I don't know. She can figure out her own shit. Why didn't you just report Devil to the cops and move on? Why did you feel entitled to immerse yourself in this kind of drama? Because my friend is engaged in pedophilic fantasies about children.
It feels like circular logic, doesn't it? Why are you interested in your friend's sex life? Because my friend has an interesting sex, has a, you know what I mean? It is like, isn't this like the definition of circular logic?
That's normal to you? And he's doing so with a mentally ill woman. I want to test this, DGG. There are so many people in my chat right now claiming this is normal, this is normal, this is normal.
You know what though? You know what? I get it. I get being stun locked by DGG. Many a stream. There was like a 3-week stretch where I was just like, I was just fighting with DGG about, you know, extreme measures that the next Democratic president should take.
This is a nothing burger. This is nothing burger. Prove it to me. I want you to go into your workplaces tomorrow, presuming that you have jobs.
Don't do this.
I want you to go to your family members.
No.
And talk to them.
No.
And I want you to say, hey, hypothetically,
no,
if a person were to talk to another person about molesting the other person's children,
no,
in a sexual role play fantasy.
Pause. No, do not listen to this advice.
And they masturbated to that fantasy. Is that normal? Please come back with the answer.
Would not recommend. The Village Geeks with a tier 1 membership. Thank you.
Haven't seen anyone say it's normal? Yeah, they are. They're saying it's normal right above you. He's not your friend. Not anymore, obviously. Did you report Devil to the cops at all? No, I don't have the evidence. Stop giving Destiny passes then. I haven't. Punishing consensual sex is more important, guys. You are fucking gross. Food Chops will sue you for all your Warhammer figurines. Good luck to her. Isn't role-playing as the step-parents of each other's children just role-playing as being married? How is that inappropriate? Well, when you molest the fucking kids. When you molest the kids, it's inappropriate. Right? Real serious.
This year.
This is Brittany writing into Mr. Girl.
I was involved in an online affair with a guy for almost a year. My husband wouldn't engage with any of the weird trauma-induced kink stuff that I was curious about, and so I was compelled to impulsively and regretfully engage with this guy online in some pretty intense and taboo age play scenarios, including fantasizing about being step-parents to each other's kids. And obviously it went way too far, but felt really intensely good in the moment. But afterward, I felt sick and cried all night.
Wait, that doesn't say anything about pedophilic, though. Am I crazy? Wasn't that just we were step parents to each other's kids? When did it involve like pretending like they were fucking kids?
This is Brittany writing into Mr. Girl.
I was involved in an online affair with a guy for almost a year. My husband wouldn't engage with any of the weird trauma-induced kink stuff that I was curious about, and so I was compelled to impulsively and regretfully engage with this guy online in some pretty intense and taboo age play scenarios, including fantasizing about being step-parents to each other's kids. And obviously it went way too far, but felt...
That's not... If you're both step-parents, then you're not like pretending like you're fucking kids or whatever, right? How do I say that? Laguanodon T-Rex with $2. President Piker released the Destiny files. The Village Geeks with the tier 1 membership. Thank you.
Felt really intensely good in the moment, but afterward I felt sick and cried all night.
Oh, hold on. They were just imagining being a family together. That's why she was sick and cried all night. She was sick and cried all night because she imagined having consensual sex with a step-parent that she was married to. That makes sense. Good. What's the thing on Twitter? Media literacy. Good media literacy, real serious. I'm sure they threw up from imagining getting married and having sex with another adult. You're doing great. You're doing great, King. Good analysis.
Night, because it obviously felt really bad too. How do you know if the other person also feels the same way or if they would actually do it?
Do what? There's nothing wrong here. It's just two consensual adults talking about having sex with each other. But why is she talking about being worried that the other person might do something? She's just talking about them being married. and engaging in normal consensual adult sex. She's obviously not talking about molesting children.
Understanding is the best predictors are drug use and low empathy. And even worse, what if you felt like you love them so much that you wouldn't care if they did, and you get off on what you would potentially be willing to allow them to get away with? What if—
oh, clearly they're just talking about consensual adult sex. Real serious. Are you serious? That's fucking crazy pants. You have screenshot proof of the Destiny sex? No. I have the testimony of the husband. I have the testimony of the wife. I have the wife writing into Mr. Girl. That's what I have. How do you know for sure that he intentionally abuses mentally ill women? It's probably not even intentional. It's probably compulsive. Hey, Connor, where's the proof is that you demanded Steven provided at... What? You're not even speaking in English. If Steven had explicitly told you he was going to do what he was going to do and leave him alone if you don't like it, would you have gone public with this regardless? Probably.
If it were true that Steven were compulsively engaging in promiscuous behavior with other people, then like both parties would be dealing with mental illness in that spot. It's not just about like, I really hate the framing a lot. It's not just about like mentally ill women. If we accept his premise, and just to be clear, I don't pretend to know, like, I don't know much about Steven's sex life. I'm not very curious about it. So I'm not saying that this is the case, but if we accepted his framing, then both people would be dealing with mental illness. It wouldn't just be like one guy who's addicted to crazy women. It would be like two people that are struggling with some kind of mental illness situation, right?
If in November he said, "No, I'm just going to do whatever I want to do. I'm going to keep doing fucking pedophile fucking role play."
I just very much dislike the crazy Discord e-bitches kind of slant to these things.
The random insane women. Yeah, I probably would have gone public. Yeah, absolutely. Why did you do all this? Is all Steven had to do was save himself, and you're not saving him. Because I tried. I tried. I said in November, you are fucking up. You are going to destroy your life. You are destroying your professional opportunities. You are destroying your personal relationships. It is difficult to be your friend. And it didn't change a fucking thing. Stop giving Destiny passes tonight. Have I given him a pass today? Hergerberg says, we're asking you for proof, Connor. Just like you were asking for last week.
Fair?
No. You're not demanding from Steven. The only people who will be hurt by providing the evidence will be Brit and Devil. Those are the only people who will be hurt by providing you the evidence. I've been in Twitch and YouTube politics for 6 years. You can't find a lie of commission that I've done in Twitch and YouTube politics. Destiny has been online for 15 years. You can catch him in dozens of lies. So if you're going to press me for evidence, how about you run on home to Dad and you ask him for evidence that the Snarkers are a doxing and swatting server that have been harassing him and his orbiters for years. Please ask.
How often do you cut your miswak stick? Like once every like 2 uses?
Ask him for the evidence of why Esports Batman and Wicked Supreme deserve to be doxed. And then come back to me. When you come back to me with Esports Batman evidence for reasons why he deserved to be doxed, when you come back to me with the reason why Wicked Supreme deserved to be doxed, I'll give you whatever you want. You're gaslighting yourself in real time? No, I'm not. You cunts are trying to tell me that pretending to molest children with a suicidal woman is normal. Fuck off from my community and never come back again. Oh, normal had nothing to do with morally permissible. Holy straw man. Get the fuck out of my community, you fucking pedophile. Get the fuck out of here. Literally leave. Never come back. Does Connor have eyeliner on? No, I'm naturally handsome. Are you gonna agree? Believe Mr. Girl's word on this? This isn't Mr. Girl's word. He's reading an email.
How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles?
One of the few guys with a sober reaction to
the timing on that was so good. That's crazy. That Tangia and then just immediately followed with Connor. That timing was so good.
Pixie thing blew up, turned into the worst snarker. Thanks for a great time, C-Man.
That's like an underappreciated art form from chatters, is like a very well-timed Tangia. That is like an art, you know?
Okay. Bye. It sounds like Brit's fucked up too. Sure. She's pretty fucked up. Then you don't have evidence? I do have evidence. Kui says, I asked my mom and she said to pack my shit. So you're trusting the mentally ill woman? No. I'm trusting the totality of circumstances. The messages from the husband, the messages from the wife, the message to Mr. Girl, the email to Mr. Girl. The Mr. Girl thing was anonymous? No, not with the way that she did it. Connor, if you have the chat logs of this, and if you decided on going nuclear, then maybe actually posting those logs is a good idea. So far, I've heard it from you and from Mr. Girl, and allegedly a mentally ill lady. Okay. Keep that attitude. It's fine. Destiny is welcome to debunk me. Destiny is welcome to call me a liar. Destiny is welcome to show me that I'm wrong. And I'll have the evidence when he accuses me of lying. I will only present the specific evidence to show that he is a liar. How's that for a deal? He won't get to see what I have. I'll just let him lie, and then I'll show him that he's lying.
That's what she said.
Is the plan tonight to just crash out some more on Destiny? What happened? I'm not going to milk this for days. You're a weirdo fucking snarker, brother. Get help. Kill yourself. How's that? Bye. Don't ever come back. I feel like you're crashing out because of divorce or the loneliness. I have a girlfriend, retard, and it's not Lauren Southern. See you. Never come back.
Oh no. Oh no.
Honestly, the whole DGG sphere is putrid. Look at all these people who have come out here. All their enemies were DGGers. Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you think that I was a conservative, was going to see a guy talking to a mentally ill veteran who deals with suicidal ideation and sexual trauma and have them role play molesting children, and I was going to be chill with that? You sure about that? Why are your mods interested in attacking you and sweeping for Destiny? Because some of them are former DGGers. So, yeah. He's not watching this, lol? Yeah. He's welcome to. He's welcome to. He is welcome to watch this and debunk me. He is welcome to tell me where I'm wrong. You're crashing out because Mr. Girl read an email? No, I'm crashing out. I'm not even crashing out. Crashing out means like I'm
well,
yelling, spurging, all that kind of shit. What I'm saying,
I'm calmly crashing out. All hat, no fish with $10. Connor should take the week off to go bass fishing. Molly with $2. I've got a girlfriend. Her name is Georgia Glass. Confirmatarian with $2. I feel sad for Connor. Clearly he's going through it. AC with $5. $5. I can't help but feel like that excerpt from Brit was her feeling revolted about going online with another man to fulfill a to fulfill a fantasy. Oh dear. Yeah, maybe he's drawing an inference that, you know, it went too far and, you know, they went from role playing as step parents to kids, but that seems a very specious claim. Hutch with $5 to get the kind of full picture. You have to look at the Google Doc Connor released last night and also the correspondence that Devil and Britt had with Tiny. Halen's Haven with $5. This is man is just monologuing nonstop. I've heard this man say mentally ill girl like 3,000 times. Stream could have been 3 minutes. If there's anybody to judge someone for being too repetitive, it's not me. I don't get to make that judgment. Cy Bexon with $10. He thinks he's cooking right now. All hat, no fish with the tier 1 membership. Cinnabon Pop with $5. Connor lost 300 subscribers in the last 2 weeks, even with his views seeing an uptick on Social Blade. Stupid financially and a bad friend, seemingly. J-Man Colby with $5. So Connor never plays violent video games, right? Because then he might become a murderer. Kato with $10. Pretty sure Connor is just mega pissed that someone like Lauren would rather date a Coomer goblin like Destiny than someone who does everything right, conservative, manly, etc. like Connor. Again, I'm not going to speculate about like what is driving him here. I have some guesses, but I have no idea.
Is my former friend, my former internet friend, while getting sued for sexual impropriety, contacted a mentally ill woman, or a mentally ill woman contacted him. She was clearly mentally ill and suicidal.
You saw the Blue Origin explosion, right? It's better than Oppenheimer. Wait, what happened? Oh, fuck. Holy fucking shit! Jesus. So, okay. Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, a Blue Origin New Glenn rocket experienced an anomaly at approximately 9 p.m. tonight during a hot fire test at Space Launch Complex 36. Emergency responders are on the scene. All personnel have been accounted for. There were no injuries or fatalities. Range officials, in coordination with Blue Origin and appropriate partners, are currently evaluating available data to determine the exact cause of the anomaly. Jesus. That is intense. Huh, okay.
Engaged in a sexting relationship involving age play that included molesting children. Then he had the husband who wanted to murder him for film pornography with her and then send it to him. What a part that is good or normal. You guys are fucking gross. You are truly some of the fucking nastiest cunts on the internet. No one's sweeping to Destiny. We were just trying to get Connor off of this shit. I told y'all not to watch tonight if you didn't want to. I told y'all if you were sick of the... I don't even know why Patriarch's here. Patriarch missed the geopolitics segment this afternoon and came for the drama. Patriarch, explain that to me. How did you miss the geopolitical segment?
Let him know.
The one that you love so much, and you came to the drama.
Get his ass.
Explain that to me. Sure. Devil, would you like to come on?
Oh!
Yes or no? And by the way, Devil has said some things that I have contradictory evidence of.
Poisoning the well already. Oh dear. That's not a good sign.
All right, Devil. You want on? It's your time to shine. You wanted to destroy Destiny's life. Here's your opportunity. If you want it, you got it. Show the evidence. How about you guys keep this energy when Destiny tells you that it's a doxing, snarking server? Driving? Call in on your phone. Or, how about this? Do you want to call in later? I'll literally sit here. How long does it take for you to get home? Hi, Jutopia.
For like the last couple of weeks, it's like normal kind of conversations between me and Esme. She'll like ask me like, so how was work? And like the last couple of weeks, I just kind of just look at her and I'm just like, you know what? Not important. Like, where would I even begin? How would I even begin to summarize like my work day today and the stuff that I've covered?
Says, let's say all the
okay, so little backstory. There's this guy named Mr. Girl. And 3 years ago, you know, it's like
true. Where do we go from here? I leave orbit. That's where we go.
Wait, hold on.
Or how about this? Do you want to call in later? I'll literally sit here. How long does it take for you to get home? Hi, Jutopia says, let's say all these allegations are true. Where do we go from here? I leave orbit. That's where we go. I'm already leaving orbit. Why are you bringing people on to shit on Destiny? Why are you bringing on the husband who Destiny was fucking age playing with? Are you serious? Do you not believe it's a doxing server? I would like evidence. Wow.
Does he have a Meeswalk stick?
Destiny fucking sexts this guy's wife and does fucking pedophile roleplay, and you're mad that I'm talking to the husband? That's like a new level of cope I didn't even know was fucking possible.
I think it's just a pencil. It's a chopstick. Iston with $5. Ayala was right that the only real libertarians are the PEPFAR-loving rationalists in SF. Rough week for conservative DGGers. A little over my head, I think. Truman Fate with the Tier 1 membership. Prince Hermit with the Tier 1 membership.
Oh, man. Deus Halcyon says, leaving orbit in an uncontrolled burnup. Sorry. I don't like pedophile roleplay. If that's a problem, you can leave. How's that? If you like pedophile roleplay, dip out. It's fine. I don't need you. Maybe the husband is a bit biased. Sure. That's why I have evidence from multiple sources. I got the husband. I got Brittany. I got Mr. Girl reading Brittany's messages. I got corroborative evidence that this is Brittany's message. I got plenty of things. You knew this in November?
I got the Meeswalk stick and it had an unpleasant smell. Did you get a flavored one? I don't know. I'm kind of weird like that. I like earthy kind of smells and flavors, but it didn't really bother me.
Remember, I had conflicting testimony from the husband and from the wife in November, and so I didn't have enough to proceed. Now that I have the email from Britt to Mr. Girl, I think the husband's narrative is correct. It's 100% fine for you to find this abhorrent and don't want to associate with him, but making it maximally public confuses me, especially when you say how...
Do we have a timestamp for when... What's his name? Surfer? Shark? Pirate? What's his name again?
Puddlesucker says... No, I'm saying that... And he's self-destructive. He's parked. If he's not, no big deal. I can wait. Mm-hmm. Genuine question. Brother. I'm just tired. Wants to stay in Destiny's orbit, stay Destiny's friend, stay Destiny's sexual text message lover. Can you send a pedophile or do audio only?
Oh, done.
So, okay, here. Saucy boy with 11 months. Devil on his shoulder. Devil. Gotcha. Molly with $5. Connor's dead eyes are scaring me. Adding a psychopathic aesthetic edge to his toxic masculinity. Triggering my female intuition and flight response. You know what I see? You know what I see? I see pain in those eyes. That's what I see. Upset Butterfly with $5. I find it hard to see someone with such judgmental attitudes fitting in with this part of the internet. Has he always been like this? You guys would know better than I would, I think.
Devil.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let me move you to a position where chat can see you. Not like see you, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Or actually, do you just want me to keep it on audio only?
Yeah, whatever you need to do. I definitely don't want to face reveal.
Okay, then I'll do audio only.
All right, done.
So, I've asserted that Britt engaged, based off of your information, by the way, that Steven and Britt engaged in age roleplay, step-parent roleplay, involving your family's children back in the day, like November and last year.
All right, in terms of the age play stuff, like that's pretty much out there. Everybody's saying that. That's pretty much. But in terms of the Mr. Girl stuff, if I could talk about anything, I guess. From what I understand, she played up a lot of that because she was like watching Mr. Girl at the time and blah, blah, blah. And when she wrote in, she elaborated a bit, is my understanding and what she's telling me. I don't have any direct knowledge of that stuff. So
what's what is your understanding? Because obviously we had a conversation in November.
Yeah.
And I think that you told me something almost identical to what Britt wrote into Mr. Girl. So
right, but she never told
where was that coming from?
She never told me like the parts about him or her being turned on by him actually doing it IRL. Like none of that was ever mentioned. It was always just, hey, this is a thing that happened one time. He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of wanted to do it. And we both felt bad about it and didn't do it anymore. That was the story she gave me.
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake!
So the last hour and 50 minutes, I don't know the exact count of times he brought up like pedophilic age play, but I'm guessing it was between 20 and 40 times. Just nuked in a single sentence.
But it's just, she never told me like the parts about him or her being turned on by him actually doing it IRL. Like none of that was ever mentioned. It was always just, hey, this is a thing that happened one time. He didn't really want to do it, but I kind of wanted to do it. And we both felt bad about it and didn't do it anymore. That was the story she gave me. But never denied it happening, of course. But that was, like, it wasn't this ongoing thing, supposedly, from what I know. But like I said, I'm just going off. I never saw the logs between them. It was mostly like on Discord, etc., or whatever, her stuff. So 100% just going off what she told me.
Yep. Now, Devil, I'm gonna do something rude. Okay.
All right.
Is he about to show logs on the screen right now? He is. He's gonna do it.
Okay.
Right, so
he's gonna break his one rule.
So, I'm gonna disconnect this call and I'm gonna point something out to chat. Okay. So
I'm gonna disconnect this call and point something out to chat. Is he gonna talk to him again, or is that it? Is that it? Did he really cut that off? Do they go back to talking or no? Devil comes back near the end. That's a wild way to do that. I'm going to cut off this call and then show chat something.
I'm gonna disconnect this call and I'm gonna point something out to chat. Okay. So, Devil wrote to me immediately before calling in. I can call in, but I'm gonna downplay everything.
Well, there's, I guess, a few different ways that you could read that, right? Shen with $2. Did the husband not just confirm they did it? Well, what the husband confirmed was that there was one time where Destiny and this person did age roleplay stuff, and that Destiny wasn't really into it, but she was pushing him to do it. We didn't get specifics on what the age play was. I don't really want the specifics, to be honest with you. I don't think it matters. But it definitely, if true, if what the husband is saying is true, it just completely annihilates the previous hour and 50 minutes of him suggesting that Destiny was like exploiting this woman and getting like that. He was kind of setting up this thing where he was like, it was like this ongoing kind of like sexual relationship that correspondence that he was having with this person, and exploiting her mental illness and vulnerability and doing age play stuff. And then the story that you hear from the husband is like way different than what you would have inferred from everything that Connor has said. I mean, it just really utterly annihilates it. Upstate Trash with $5. LMFAO. Oh no, I just had a horrible thought. How many innocent people are rotting in prison because of one of Connor's hunches?
I'm actually even going to go ahead and omit a detail so I can save Devil a little bit of heartache. Here you go.
Oh, he used to be a cop. Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
You dumb cunts. But everybody's lying. So, once again.
Again, there's like a few different ways you can read this, but
this the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. So don't worry. You want the evidence?
Let me bring up his chat. Live chat replay.
I got you. Nah, I'm good.
He said, psych.
I'm good.
He said, psych.
So, if y'all want it, I'll start working on a PDF. I'll blank out the messages as much as I can in order to eliminate information. But I'm done with lies.
Guys, I'm not spitting out like bits of food. I'm spitting out tiny little like particles of the miswak stick.
So, yeah, you know why it's cropped? Because you said something that I don't want to show you. Okay. No problem. I'll remove Devil's personal identifying information in any screenshots that I release. I'll take Brit's screenshots and I'll release all of it. How's that? How's that? Why didn't I have the evidence today? Because I haven't lied. Devil, if you want to call back in, go ahead.
You kind of get the sense from this, it's hard to know without more context, but you kind of get a sense from the tone of this that Devil doesn't like that this stuff is being blasted out. Like you could read this as being kind of like angry or frustrated with Connor, you know what I mean? Marsh Stomp, thank you so much for $6. Hutch is 2 steps removed from mixing piss and pumice to brush his teeth like a Roman. Did they do that? Did they do that shit? Did the Romans brush their teeth with urine? Ayan Kakadu, thank you so much for the primer. Brianna with $5. Would you say Connor responded negatively to Destiny setting boundaries? Yes, I would say that's accurate. Upset Butterfly with $5. I find it hard to see someone with such... Oh, I think I already got you for that one. Saucy Boy, did I get you for... Yeah, I think I already got you for that one. Shen with $2. Hasn't Destiny's ex-girlfriend confirmed all this today? Oh, I have no idea. Which girlfriend is this now? Were there some updates on Twitter that I'm unaware of? Zorda with 119 months. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Sort of, but the popular version flattens something more specific and interesting. The factual core that's real. Urine contains urea, which breaks down into ammonia, and ammonia is a genuine cleaning and bleaching agent. The Romans understood this empirically and used urine all over the place industrially. Fullers, cloth launderers collected it in jars on street corners to clean and whiten wool. And it was used in tanning. It was such a normal commodity that the Emperor Vespasian famously taxed its collection. The phrase pecunia non olet, money doesn't stink, comes from his reply when his son objected to a tax on piss. The teeth part comes mainly from one source, the poet Catullus, in a satirical poem mocking a man named Ignatius, who grinned constantly to show off his white teeth. Catullus's jab is that Ignatius is from Celtiberia, roughly modern Spain, where he claims people scrub their teeth and gums each morning with their own urine. So the whiter the smile, the more piss you've swished. The whole point is that Catullus is sneering at it as a gross foreign / provincial habit, not describing standard Roman hygiene. Ammonia-based whitening actually works, which is why ammonium compounds showed up in tooth powders for a very long time afterwards, so less weird, gross myth and more pre-modern people noticing a real chemical effect. Ugh. Loken with the primer, thank you. Appreciate that, buddy. to 88 mile per hour with 10 Canadian. Even if Connor thinks this has anything to do with Destiny's addiction from someone who works with addicts, this is like a textbook guide on how to not approach a friend with addiction issues. Yeah, for sure.
But the only thing that I want to hear from you is what I heard from you in November. So if you want, how's that? Why didn't I have the evidence today? Because I haven't lied. Devil, if you want to call back in, go ahead. But the only thing that I want to hear from you is what I heard from you in November. So if you want me to call you, I'll call you. But I'm not doing this fucking self-sweeping shit. So if you need to self-sweep because this is serious, that's fine. But I'm not helping you self-sweep. Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Now, Devil, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this exactly once. You and I...
The X is in the Snarker server FYI and apparently deleted logs.
Spoke in November.
Swing it up with the primer, thank you.
You made some extreme allegations against Brit. I wasn't able to make heads or tails. That Mr. Girl email sounds identical to the messages, or excuse me, to the allegations that you were making in November. Yeah, I have on my screen right now, I can, but I'm going to downplay everything. So if you want to talk to me about what really happened, then I'll be happy to talk to you. If you want to fucking bullshit me about what's going on, I will literally just take all the screenshots of all the messages that I have between you, me, and Brett.
What the fuck?
I'll remove your guys' personal identifying information and I'll release it on Twitter because that's what you wanted to do.
That doesn't even make any sense. I'm going to take a conversation that I had with you guys, a digital correspondence that I'm saying is with you two people, but I'm going to remove your names. What would be the point of removing the names? I don't understand that. All elite memes with $5. So a centuries-old troll was taken at face value and spread as fact. Humans were taking the bait even back then. No wonder Twitter rots so many minds. True.
Do in November.
By downplaying, it did not mean that I was going to lie. It simply meant that I'm not going to go into all the details, specific details that could get me and my family personally fucked up. Because, you know, that sounds like a sensible thing to do. Now, I will talk to you and I will tell you. And like I said, leak the logs if you want. But I had no knowledge of some of the things she said in that email. And from what I understand and what she told me...
Then why did you tell me the exact same thing that was in the email in November?
What did I tell you in the email? Like, I have screenshots. I can go pull it up.
You told me. I'll tell you exactly what you told me because I still got screenshots. So you told me in November that Brit and Destiny were role-playing as parents in reference to molesting their own children. You also told me that they role-played as your children.
Okay, but specifically, like I said, in terms of downplaying, I mean, I'm going to give you... I'm not going to try to, like, dramatize it.
So did that happen or did that not happen?
That is what I was told. I have no direct evidence of that. I do not know if that is true.
So you don't have the videos or screenshots, but Brittany said that that happened to you.
I mean, Brittany told you the same thing, didn't she?
She did. But look, well, actually, hold up. Brittany downplayed it, and she said that they did babysitting fantasies.
Well, that was my understanding.
So hold up. To be clear, what happened is you told me exactly what was in the Mr. Girl email. Then Britt told me that they just did babysitting fantasies. I wasn't able to make heads or tails of it. The only reason why I was going public with this is because Britt wrote Mr. Girl telling me what you told me.
Is this why Connor said that Destiny was molested as a child? Is that what he's basing this off of? That was another wild thing he just fucking threw out there. And but he said he didn't No, he just suspected that was the case. Is that what this is based on? It is, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I didn't know. Well, I don't know everything she told you either. I've never seen y'all's logs or y'all's conversations, but I just know what she told me, and she told me that happened once and never happened again. And if downplaying it is just telling you the truth about what she told me, I mean, I don't think I said that they were doing it constantly either. And I shouldn't have even got into all that personally, but I was, crashing out at the time, is what it is. By the way, I called her a schizo earlier. By the way, I called her a schizo earlier. She's not a schizo. She does have BPD, but she's not a schizo. Just want to clear that up.
That's funny. Why were you crashing out?
She's still an adult. She can still do what she wants. It is what it is. We're kind of trying to move past it. Oh, because she had an affair with Destiny. I mean, among all the other shit, pretty obvious.
Okay, did Destiny know you were married?
I don't even know if that's public knowledge or any of that. Is it? I don't know. I mean, I didn't even know that was in contention.
It's not in contention. The reason, okay, let me tell you what I'm trying to do, Devil. What I'm trying to let me tell you the picture that I'm trying to paint. The picture that I'm trying to paint is, you came to me in November and you said that they role played as step parents, that Steven received pictures of your children that were not in a sexual context, but he still knew what they looked like. They role played stepmom, stepdad sexual fantasies in which the children were being molested. And then they also role played as the teenagers themselves engaging in an underage sexual tryst. And that was so...
Just good luck, Mr. Editor Man. To my editor, have fun with this one. I don't even know where to begin. I don't know. This might be an intense edit. I don't know.
Fucking disturbing to you that you wished you could destroy the online personal and professional reputation of Destiny. That's what you told me in November. So is that accurate or not?
At the time, I definitely did want to destroy the online personal reputation of Destiny. This is true. Yeah.
Okay. And was my description of what you told me in November accurate or no?
I don't remember if I said exactly like that. Like I said, I'd have to pull it up. But I was pissed. I pretty much just told you generally what she told me. Who knows? Like I said, I really need to go back and look at it. It's been so long. I'm trying to move past it, trying to get my own shit going on, get my own thing together. But in terms of, I mean, like I said, you got the logs. I don't even know why you need me, to be honest. So I don't really personally want to get into too many details. I just wanted to come on to kind of clarify a few things that, like, there was no Telegram group. I keep hearing about this Telegram group. That was a joke that went too far because me and her were arguing and fighting about Destiny. And I kind of played into it. And I told her that it was bullshit and I was just being facetious, but she didn't want to hear that. And she called, the whole fucking thing happened, but
oh dear.
So the thing that you wanted to clarify is that you were not in a Telegram group that was planning Destiny's homicide.
I was not in a Telegram group. There was a conversation that happened, and I essentially said like what you're doing is insane. You got to chill, blah blah blah. Like you're gonna get way too many eyes on us. Shit's gonna hit the fan at some point. And I was like, you're aware there's like groups online, like snarker groups that like want Destiny dead, that are like plotting his murder, that like know where he lives, et cetera, et cetera. Like, do you really want to be a part of that? And she was like, tell me more about this. And I'm like, oh no. And I was like, I don't know. I'm not directly involved with it. I'm just aware of it. And she kept going on. I like facetiously said like, oh yeah, there's a fucking Telegram group. Yeah, they make AI porn of Destiny getting fucking raped or whatever. None of that was. I never saw any of that. But they're probably out there.
Did the FBI contact you about that?
They tried to. I wouldn't talk to them.
Okay.
Why?
What else do you want to clarify?
I feel like if the FBI wants to contact you, they will fucking contact you.
I don't know, man. I just want everybody to know that, like, are me and Destiny best friends? No, but I don't hate him now. Like, he's a fucking adult. She is too. He can dig his own grave, do what he wants to, and she can too. It's none of my business anymore. I just wanted to kind of move past this. I know there's a lot of other people at risk, blah, blah, blah. I've heard all the different things, but I mean, shit, this is Destiny. Like, what are you going to do? A BPD girl wants to reach out to him. They're going to reach out to him. You can't get him, At this point, it's kind of like fucking with my life even more. Like it's been 6 months now, and I'm like,
again, just to repeat myself, Connor's whole thing, like back here in this video, was expressing like disgust that Destiny had engaged in this behavior that was like harmful to like 2 military veterans who, you know, he described them as both suicidal and homicidal. It's hard to piece together an accurate picture of what actually occurred because it feels like there are a lot of unreliable narrators in this story. But the tone of this conversation to me is pretty clear that this guy, Devil Knight, would rather this stuff not be hashed out publicly. And so, like, how do you not come to the conclusion that Connor is like violating this guy's privacy and kind of like exploiting that stuff for like a drama cycle on a live stream? It's yeah, it's a bit sketchy, a bit icky. Paul, thank you so much for 50 Ron. Oh my God, and this is this Telegram group in the room with us right now. Shen with $2. He also expressed disgust with the kid stuff. The devil guy or Connor, or who are you talking about here?
I kind of want to just move past this shit. Are they DJs?
I understand that, but we're in it, man. You involved me in November, and Britt involved me last week, so we're in it, whether you like it or not. So,
yeah,
well, that's kind of telling. Like, well, you're in it, buddy. I'm blasting your shit out there on the internet, so you're in it, whether you like it or not. That doesn't sound great.
Did Britt convince you to shoot homemade pornography and then send it to Steven?
No. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We're not doing that, Connor.
Okay. All right. What else do you want to clarify?
Like I said, I don't want to get into like all the different.
Like the tone is like so like completely different. It's like a 180 tone shift here. Back here, it's like disgust. Destiny was fucking with these people's lives. And now Connor is like pressing this guy when this guy is very clearly communicating that he doesn't want this stuff publicly like discussed. You know, it is very icky.
It's fucking complicated, you know what I mean? And like, as far as I'm concerned, I have. I guess that's all I really need to clarify. I don't know, man. It just sucks, and I wish people would fuck off and just kind of let us live our lives at this point.
Okay. Well, Devil,
I don't really want my kids fucking involved in all this shit.
I'll tell you right now. I would have loved for all of us to have moved on and lived our lives, but what happened was,
why is Connor even involved in any of this stuff? He just like fully involved himself here, you know? Like, he didn't have to insert himself in this way.
Steven was making claims.
Like, what choice did you leave me? You guys emailed me. Now I'm involved because I got an email about it. Ranger with $10. Unreliable is right. They were having manic episodes, and both him and her are saying they exaggerated and missaid a lot of this, and both apologized to Destiny. I have no idea, like, the expanded lore here.
That rant the snarkers, fucking J-Stock, Queeman, whatever. I'll tell you right now, I would have loved for all of us to have moved on and lived our lives, but
it's just the way he's talking. Like, Connor, you're not even really tangentially involved in any of this. Like, why are you even involved here?
What happened was, Steven was making claims that rant the snarkers, fucking J-Stock, Queeman, whatever.
All elite memes of $5. I won't pretend to know who's right here. What I will say is, if these people are victims, then this isn't really how you treat a victim. This is re-traumatizing. Obviously. Bad Company with $5 is like, Connor feels he has the upper hand and is able to ruin the guy at will if he wants to. Some sick sense of power. Speed Racer with $2. Why did the guy reach out to Connor in November 2024? That's between them, but like, that doesn't mean that Connor is a part of all this. Like, getting an email doesn't mean that you're involved. It just means that you're aware of a thing that happened that doesn't involve you. Chalk with 5 pen. I would bet money that snarkers are going to try to pry so deep into the personal lives of these two individuals because of Connor. Oh, I would assume that's already happening here.
They're responsible for the doxing, swatting, and harassment and threats to his life. Meanwhile, I got you in November saying that you wish you could destroy Steven's life and alleging some pretty fucking extreme things about what he did with your wife.
Hey man, I know we got off on a horrendous foot. It was super fucked what y'all did, but I'm an adult and really want to move past it. I also crashed out harder than I should have, but fuck, my whole life was in flames. I just wanted you both to hurt like I did. Somehow her interacting with you is better than whatever regarded shit she started on when you blocked her. I hope I helped diffuse the situation with Connor. He's actually such a bitch. All the stories are conflicting now and nobody believes me or him. This was my goal. Also, fuck Mr. Girl. Her mental is still not great, but she's in therapy and I'm keeping an eye on her still paying her bills, etc., etc. Trying to help get to a point where she can be independent. I just want this shit to go away at this point. Destiny says, sure, LOL, sorry all this got so stupid and public and fucked. I don't hold it against either of you. I'm guessing Connor is just on his little tantrum now and will get bored and all that. Devil says, likely fucking regarded of her for emailing Mr. Girl. I told her not to multiple times. She swears she's going to stop engaging. Oh boy, there's a whole lot of... Boy. Oh, this is messy. Oh God, this is also messy. It just seems exhausting. Jesus. I'm tired just reading all this stuff.
And then I got Britt writing into Mr. Girl, identifying nearly identically exactly what you described to me. Then I have Britt contacting me on Friday stating that not only did that fucking Telegram shit fucking exist, but then on top of that, that she is currently in communications with Destiny right now. So for me, I know this sucks. I know that I do not dislike you at all. But what's happening is because you're scared, you're walking back shit that you told me previously. And I'm just going to release the logs.
I mean, that's fine, man. I'll message you later about some shit. But look, like, at the end of the day, these are two adults. It happened one time, according to them. That's what she told me back then too. I got logs with her too, talking about it. And like, she's supposedly, she's in fucking therapy now, man. Like, she's trying to get her shit together. And if she wants to message Destiny from time to time, it's not that fucking.
How treatable is BPD? My understanding is that one is a tricky one to treat. How treatable is borderline personality disorder? What is the usual treatment? That one's like an attachment disorder, right? That one's tough as far as I understand. Pretty treatable, actually. Interesting. Okay, hang on. It's not solvable. Speed Racer with $5. Upstate Trash. No, I'm not poor. I just don't feel the need to dono as much as I need to. How could you know my situation is? That's quite mean. What's going on? Are you guys having a donation conversation? Butterboss with $5. Meanwhile, Vosh probably poked his head out of his fortress, saw all this shit, and immediately retreated back inside and shut the hatch. Vels with 5 Canadian. Connor, I would have loved to have lived our lives, but I didn't believe Destiny about a snark server, so I had to leak your unrelated shit. Treatability is actually one of the more encouraging stories in psychiatry, which surprises people because BPD has an outdated reputation as untreatable, or as a label clinicians used to dismiss difficult patients. The current evidence points the other way. It's quite treatable, and the long-term outlook outlook is generally pretty good. The strongest data comes from long-term follow-up studies, notably the McLean study of adult development and the collaborative longitudinal study, which found that a large majority of people die. So before I read this, I think I was told back in the day that a lot of people simply like kind of outgrow it. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Which found that a large majority of people diagnosed with BPD experience symptomatic remission over time. Many no longer meet the full diagnostic criteria after a number of years, and remission tends to be fairly durable. Functional recovery, meaning stable work, relationships, etc., can lag behind symptom remission and is the harder part, but the picture is far more hopeful than the old pessimism suggested. Symptoms also often soften naturally with age, particularly the impulsive ones. On treatment, the core thing to know is that psychotherapy is the first-line primary treatment, not medication. The best-known approach is dialectical behavior therapy, developed by Marcia Leinham, specifically for BPD. It combines individual therapy with group skills training in 4 areas: mindfulness, distress tolerance, emotion regulation, and interpersonal effectiveness. Often plus phone coaching for crises, it has the largest evidence base, especially for reducing self-harm and suicidal behavior. Medication is adjunctive, not curative. There's no drug approved specifically for BPD. Drugs like antidepressants, mood stabilizers, or low-dose antipsychotics are sometimes used to target specific co-occurring symptoms. All right. McLean rhymes with plain. Dr. K did part of his education there. Fun fact. McLean? Okay, gotcha. Clareth forever with the tier 1 membership. Did I already get you for that? Thank you.
Indeed. Honestly, I feel like. But yeah, is it fucked up? Yeah, it's fucked up. Would I do it? No. Is it degen? I think so. But it's nothing ever happened that was technically illegal. As fucked up as it is. And I'm trying to maintain peace and harmony in my life as much as I can. And yeah, sure, I don't really give a fuck who wants to kill Destiny. I'm sure there's like 20 communities out there that want to kill Destiny. Wow. Yep. You know, like, what else is fucking new? He's fucking Destiny. He's Epstein. What are you going to do? Yep. I should have said that. That's fucked up. But yeah, at the end of the day, I have no fucking beef with Destiny. I'm sure a lot of people have valid reasons to, and I probably do too, but I'm willing to live and let go and move on with my life. And I hope that whatever snarker shit gay fake internet shit he's involved with, you know, I hope that works out for him.
Okay. Well, then anything else you want to clarify before I let you go?
Nothing much. It was interesting being, you know, a bit infamous for a minute. I hope it passes over. Wouldn't recommend, but thanks for letting me call in and clarify a few things.
All right. Good night, bud.
All right. Stay safe. Don't die.
You too. Listen, guys. I'm keeping this up. Yeah. We literally got a message that I'm covering up right now with a detail that is inconvenient. How are we going to spin this now? I don't need to spin shit if you're above 80 IQ. I don't need to spin shit. Look at your screen, dipshit. Look at your fucking screen. You can see that, right? All right. Okay. Fair enough. People are asking for a summary. I'll give you the summary.
Again?
While I'm keeping this log up.
Have you endorsed a candidate for California governor yet? Well, I think the polling right now suggests that there's really only two choices for California voters. I think Porter has dropped too low to be competitive. I would have voted for Porter and Becerra, but I'm gonna vote for Becerra and Steyer. I don't love Steyer, but you know, he's kind of like the only viable candidate. Wait, don't we vote for two people? I'm pretty sure we vote for two people. I'd rather have it be oh, we don't? Wait, what? The fuck? Why did I think it was you vote for the two? It's the two most voted. Oh, I'm voting for Becerra. Yeah. He's my pick. Yeah. I had it mixed up a little bit in my head. So it's the top two move on to the general. But in my mind, I was like, you vote for two. But yeah, no, yeah.
January 20 of 2025, Steven got in trouble for sending homemade pornography to a person that he knew for 10 fucking days. Okay? That shit got leaked onto the internet, and Steven got sued for it. And so far, he's lost $800,000 in reference to that civil suit. Immediately after that, he started sexting a girl on Discord named Britt. Britt and Devil, the man that I was just talking to, are military veterans who both have PTSD and military sexual trauma.
I don't think we need to listen to this entire recap again. I think we kind of got the gist of it. Hutch, did you see Hassan replied to a tweet with a few dozen likes and didn't name him? Is he scrolling Twitter all day? Well, the algorithm might have served it to him. Hassan went on Trevor Noah's podcast. I was going to watch that whole thing with you guys today, but that's not going to happen. We'll save that for Sunday. But here is a 7-minute clip. The caption says, terrible arguments all the way around. Excuse me, all the way around. He's not even trying, totally phoning it in at this point. His audience should be insulted. Also such a dangerous radical that he's on Trevor Noah in a full suit quoting Deng Xiaoping, how do I say that? Xiaoping, talking about voting for AOC.
Entryism is difficult. My opinion on this is I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a harm reduction believer, I guess, to a certain degree. I recognize that class consciousness is the #1 problem in this country. We do not have class consciousness and we do not have political education. And without class consciousness and political education, you can't have organizing on the basis of class. So in order to foment class consciousness and to engage in agitative propaganda as as is the Marxist tradition,
it's literally just the funniest shit ever. The demographic break in that poll that went up yesterday, you guys, it's just the funniest thing ever. I assume most of you guys saw this poll. It was Overton Insights poll. It did approval polling on a number of different people. Plattner was in there. I think Syed was in there. And the demographic breakdown for Hassan Pikers is like fucking incredible. It is like the funniest thing I've ever fucking seen in my life. This is not a dig at people who live with their parents, just to be clear. 100% not a dig. It's just the breakdown. It's the contrast between people who live with their parents and people with roommates. The contrast is what makes this thing just hysterical. Hassan is net plus 30 among people that live with their parents and net negative 38 among people who live with roommates. He is at net negative 49 among people who live with children. Net negative 6 on people who live with their spouse. It's actually fucking hysterical. So what this implies is that Hasan is really popular with people who live with their parents, and literally as unpopular, almost as unpopular as you can be. He has zero support from their parents.
It looks like.
Guys, that is hysterical. Hysterical. So the parents of these kids who live with their parents, Hasan is at 0% favorable. It tells a story. I don't have a link to the poll itself. It's from a group called Overton Insights. You could probably find it with a Google search. Again, not a dig at people who live with their parents. It's the contrast with the other groups. Pretty amazing. Anyways. Here he's just like outwardly talking about entryism. Entryism, for the uninitiated, is basically a practice of infiltrating some political group and with the intention of, you know, doing a hostile takeover. Which is his whole thing with like the Democratic Party.
Entryism is difficult. My opinion on this is I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a harm reduction believer, I guess, to a certain degree. I recognize that class consciousness is the #1 problem.
If he was really, if he really did accept the harm reduction principle, why would he not endorse Steyer? That seems kind of crazy. Steyer is the only progressive on the ballot for California governor that is competitive. Everybody else is trailing pretty far behind. His stated reason was that Steyer didn't call it a genocide. So despite the fact that Steyer has, you know, he's definitely running as like a very progressive candidate, but didn't want to call it a genocide, gave reasons for that, and it had to do with like, I think it just had to do with not alienating people, like effective coalition building, I guess, I think is what you might boil it down to. He is the only progressive on the ballot that can win the governor's seat, but he didn't endorse because he didn't want to use that language. Like, I don't know. That to me is like, I don't think you're really all about harm reduction. If you don't, like, to me, harm reduction is all about pragmatism. Like, it's a pragmatic calculation, and he's not someone that I would describe as pragmatic.
In this country, we do not have class consciousness and we do not have political education. And without class consciousness and political education, you can't have.
So why are you not voting Steyer? I just don't really trust that guy. I don't really trust that guy, you know? I don't really like the fact that this like multi-billionaire is trying to muscle his way into Democratic Party politics with his money. I just don't like that in theory. I don't really care about what kind of policies he has or how he presents himself. The only reason any of us are talking about him is because he's this like billionaire that kind of bought his way into Democratic Party politics. I don't really like that. Just on paper, I don't really like that. And I don't know why I would support him when he has no experience in politics over Becerra, who has actual experience both as a legislator and an attorney general, like of California, or was he the attorney? Yeah, of California. Like, I don't know why would I pick someone who's got zero experience over that?
Organizing on the basis of class. So in order to foment class consciousness and to engage in agitative propaganda, as as is the Marxist tradition, I believe that elections are one of the most viable routes to reach the masses.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of people, no matter how radical they present themselves as, or no matter how critical they are of Bernie Sanders, a lot of people self-identified as socialists in that insurgent campaign in 2016 when Bernie ran against Hillary Rodham Clinton. That juxtaposition of a left populist force, an anti-establishment force who was unbowed and said that they were a socialist and weren't afraid of the moniker, going up against an establishment, like an establishment figurehead like
He said Hasan isn't supporting Steyer, but then he also just said he isn't supporting Steyer. Well, it's not about like, I have a different calculation. Hasan's calculation, what his project is all about right now, is helping to elect as many progressives to seats of power as possible. That's why he's out there campaigning with Chris Rabb and interviewing LA mayoral candidates, doing campaign stuff with Syed. Like, he's out there trying to elect as many progressives as possible. So why would you not make, like AOC, I think, is smart with her endorsements, like she'll make like very pragmatic endorsements that make strategic sense, even if it doesn't make sense on paper. But Hasan is just not capable of that. He just purity tests people into oblivion, and if you don't pass the test, he won't endorse. But that's not really harm reduction. That's kind of the opposite of harm reduction.
Hillary Rodham Clinton made a lot of people self-identify as socialists. It made a lot of people go, wait a minute, I agree with that guy.
Yeah.
Right? I agree with that guy. I didn't know that this designation existed.
Yeah.
Or I was so negatively propagandized against what I thought socialism was, but it turns out it's this, old curmudgeon, right? And who is fighting for me, who has been fighting for me for 800 years at this point. So that's why I believe that, and I've seen this in the data as well, like whenever you got an AOC style figure or Zohran Mamdani, the DSA rises, the DSA's ranks explode, right? There's so many new paid members, or paying members, that join the organization. And the DSA is very good at instigating class consciousness and also doing political education. It's a massive institution with many different caucuses, and they're constantly fighting one another. You go to the national
How are we making that judgment? He's saying DSA is good at raising class consciousness. So why did lower income brackets shift towards Republicans in the last 5 years? Like, why did DSA is seeing some growth now because of, he's right, like the Mamdani effect and other candidates during an election year, but why had their memberships been going down steadily since 2020? I don't know. I kind of question that.
Conference, and you're like, I like them all. I have no, I don't have. It's like picking favorite children. You can't do it, right? But they're constantly warring. There's a democratic process. It's complex. It's very diverse. But you have every different tendency from liberals, social democrats, all the way to Marxist-Leninists, Maoist, third worldists, people who do not participate in democracy at all because they think it's ridiculous and counter-revolutionary. You have all of that, right? And that is political education, and that is an absolute necessity to make the changes in this country. And I see
what has it amounted to? What has DSA actually done in the last 10 years? What meaningful, permanent changes have they made? What have they shifted? What have they done? Like, what have they accomplished in the last 10 years?
Electoralism as a route to foment class consciousness through proving that alternative modes of governance are viable. And that's why I look to people like Zohran as movement leaders in that regard, because
Zohran's not governing as a socialist. He's governing as a pragmatic progressive.
every day that he's a good mayor of New York is a day where we are able to tackle the stigma associated with socialism. Every day that he's a handsome, charismatic fellow that gets to improve people's lives is a day where more New Yorkers go, you know what, maybe I'm a socialist after all.
That, to me, I don't know. I think that gives the whole game away. If interest in your organization only goes up, only starts to see growth after years of decline because a charismatic, handsome guy wins a race in New York City, that's not a very durable movement now, is it? Surely you would prefer that your movement have its foundation in like principles, you know? Mario Sharks with the tier 1 membership. Thank you. Kayanhu with $10. The fact that Destiny engages with these people for sex or in a sexual manner can be considered predatory or at least negligence leading to harm. They were a married couple. That seems very unstable. Well, without knowing all the particulars of it, I don't know why the assumption is not that Stephen himself struggles with impulsivity. And so the predatory framing feels a bit presumptuous because, again, I'm not like diagnosing anything here, but maybe Stephen struggles with his own demons, and so at that point, it's not like some perfectly well person taking advantage of this or that person. It's like two people that are struggling with different things, and you know. But again, I don't know his personal life, so I can't, and I certainly don't know enough about this situation to come to any kind of like firm conclusions. Derek, I think I already got you. All right.
I'm not. I understand that you have to organize with the masses that you have, not the masses that you believe should exist. And many people in the United States of America are self-identifying as liberals. That's mass politics. That's what the social base. That's where the social base is at. They self-identify as liberals because they don't really understand what that means. If you were to pick apart their worldview and offer them a little bit of political education, you might find that they're actually not liberals at all. Maybe they're socialists. Maybe.
Oh my God.
Maybe they're Marxists. Maybe they're, they have a different ideological tendency than liberalism, which is basically just the monoculture that we've taken for granted. So at a time when liberalism is failing and
liberalism is a monoculture? Excuse me? He says in the melting pot of the world.
Democratic Party, as the liberal Democratic Party, is failing to keep up with the reactionary forces on the Republican side. I believe that it's important to try to push for as many radical candidates as possible and change the makeup, the political makeup of this unbelievably weak party that is not a real political party in the sense that they exist in Europe and in parliamentary systems. There's no paid membership structure, like paying membership structure, but a party that simply is a holdover for a litany of different corporate interests and maybe some advocacy groups on the side if you want to throw them a bone every now and then because you need door knockers. That's a weak party. That's a party that you can seize. That's a party that you can take advantage of.
And yet, it's not happening. A few high-profile wins here and there in the country does not mean that you're taking over the party. This is according to the polling. The elections tell a different story, but according to the polling, the weakest position that the Democrats have been in ever, I think this is the highest disapproval ever of the Democratic Party. Now we're like absolutely demolishing Republicans in elections by insane margins. So I'm curious about that disconnect, and I have some theories. I think elections matter more than disapproval, but what does it say about him? They talk all this shit about Democrats because sometimes we lose elections. Sometimes we have losing election cycles. That tends to happen in democracies. It's really hard to, if you're not like an authoritarian state, maintain control for fucking 20, 30, 40 years. You're going to lose elections sometimes, and the cycles aren't going to go your way sometimes. But we've also beat the Republicans many times. in the 21st century. We've also had a lot of winning election cycles. We're in the middle of one right now. Had some winning election cycles in 2018 and 2020 and 2022. And yet, it all while he and his movement have just been utterly inconsequential. Just completely useless. What are they actually accomplishing? I hate being lectured by somebody who's fighting, whose entire identity is fighting for an ideology that effectively died, 33 years ago or whatever. It's over. It is over. That kind of authoritarian socialism just lost. It got clobbered. It could not compete with liberal democracies. And it just withered away and it eventually collapsed. And he's still out here pretending like the fight is still ongoing. And it's not. It's over. It isn't going to happen. This country is never going to get on board with the kind of authoritarian uniparty structure that he advocates. They're never going to go along with that. People don't want that. They don't want these uniparty structures. It's just not going to happen. It's over. Whatever.
Because at the end of the day, I have no loyalty to the brand that is the Democratic Party.
Right. Okay.
And I don't think anyone should have any loyalty to any party. I think you should see politicians as an agent for change, because that's what they are. Are they making those changes for their corporate benefactors, or are they making those changes for you? Are they promising to you that they are going to change your lives for the better, or are they telling you better things are not possible, which is what a lot of Democrats do, unfortunately. Find
me one Democrat that's out here saying better things are not possible. I just literally one. I just want to know of one single elected Democrat that's like, you know what? Let's literally just maintain the status quo, do nothing because better things are not possible. Who is saying this? The issue is like according to his Marxist lens, his Marxist analysis, something like a public option would not be considered better. Better, when he says better things are not possible. If we got a public option done, he wouldn't even call that better. He would say, oh, we're just kicking the can down the road and prolonging the perverse profit incentives of the healthcare industry, and the fundamental premises that he operates from are just all so flawed because the analysis is so fucking stupid, just so dumb.
Even if I know a politician personally, Zoran is a great example of this. AOC is another example of this. If they do things that I don't like, I'll say it. I'll be like, no, this was wrong. I disagree with you on this. And I will hold them to it.
I don't even think even Fetterman is saying better things are not possible. I don't even think he's saying that.
Count, because at the end of the day,
if you say Medicare for all isn't realistic, that means you're saying that nothing gets better. He believes this. That's not what it means, though. That's not what it means. If you say Medicare for all isn't realistic, that's just objectively true. You're not saying that better things are not possible. You're saying that that thing is not possible, but we can do other things like this or that or this, expanding Medicaid subsidies, adding a public option, those are better. Those are better things. Not according to him, though. It's a very, He lives in extreme binaries. It's either one thing or the other thing. It's either good or bad, and most of the things are bad because the only things that are good are the things that the kind of policies that he wants. And they're all they all tend to be, pretty extreme, So basically everything's bad. It's such a depressing outlook because people like him they're unable to identify the progress that we've made in this country, which has been insane. The progress that we've made in this country the last especially 60 years has been really insane. We've made a ton, like it is the country that we live in now is totally unrecognizable to the country that existed 60 years ago. And there's just, there's a lot of things that are kind of broken right now. And it's not exactly like the best time in America, but it doesn't erase the progress that has been made. But you can't, how could you see that progress if the only way you measure progress is, essentially like an actual like a revolution of the proletariat, like that's like the only thing that he would call a success. Everything else is just a band-aid to him, like a band-aid because, capitalism will inevitably he just firmly believes that capitalist societies will inevitably collapse into themselves and succumb to a fascist takeover. And so all these like reforms that we do, social democratic policies, social spending programs, those are just band-aids that are not addressing like the actual problems. Like that's his fundamental worldview.
They're public servants. They work for us, for all of us, right? There shouldn't be any loyalty to a party or a brand.
Even that term is like, I'm not loyal to the Democratic Party. It's not about loyalty to the Democratic Party. I am a participant in democracy. I would like to live in a parliamentary society. I don't think it would fix all the world's problems, but I think it would be more democratic. But I don't. In the country that I live in, it's a two-party state. And as such, when I go to vote, I look at the choices and I decide which candidate will lead to the better outcomes. And then I choose accordingly. Are we calling that loyalty? Like I'm participating in democracy. I'm not, when I vote for someone like Becerra, it's not because I'm like a Becerra stan. And, it's not like I like personally idolize politicians. I'm just making a calculation. That's it. I'm just deciding like what will lead to the better outcomes. But the way that he frames this is like, that's blind loyalty. That's like sheepish devotion.
Especially if that party hasn't done enough to deserve your loyalty. You can have an ideological commitment to a movement. I certainly do. And I have my moral convictions, and I demand that the elected representatives that I push for also have similar shared moral convictions. But outside of that, I don't really care how we get there. Another Deng Xiaoping quote I'll use. I don't know why I keep using Deng Xiaoping quotes on this conversation, but
also because it's Tuesday.
Yeah.
You know what they say about Tuesday and Deng Xiaoping?
What?
Nothing. Carry on.
I was very excited.
I know.
He said when market reforms were taking place in China, he said famously, a black cat or a white cat, it doesn't matter as long as it catches the rat. And that's the way I see it as well, where it's like, I don't really care about what these brands are or what, like, how people identify
focus
themselves.
Too much on the labels and not on the outcome.
Yeah, I care about changes. I care about necessary changes and getting those necessary changes across.
Damn. Well, this was great, man.
Well, how's that working out? How's that working out? I don't really understand what these people have fucking accomplished. They just purity themselves. Somebody has said in chat, just purity test themselves into irrelevance. That is so true when it comes to these people. All right, what a stream, guys. Jesus Christ. I don't even, something tells me this arc is not even over yet. We'll probably have some more slop to feast on come Sunday. I take the weekends off. I downloaded Crimson Desert, so I'm very much looking forward to just parking my ass in this chair and getting lost in that world for a little bit this weekend. If you guys are new around these parts, make sure you subscribe, hit the bell icon if you don't want to miss a stream. That would be great. If you guys are looking for a morning stream, I have begun to start the streams a little bit earlier, around 7:30 a.m. Pacific, 10:30 a.m. East Coast. Ideally, I want to get it down to 6 a.m., but we'll slowly work to that. And I'm going to take tomorrow off, and I'll be back on Sunday at the regular time. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. What a fun couple of weeks. Well, that's an interesting word. Interesting couple of weeks it's been. Dasvidanya with $5. We need a moratorium on comedians having political opinions for a few years. Also, New Jerseyans' primary day is this Tuesday. It's also the primary day for California, if I'm not mistaken. You got 3 days, then Marathon Season 2. Wait, when does Marathon Season 2 start? I don't know if I'm gonna play Marathon Season 2. I might. I've been enjoying the... It is, yeah, it's on the 2nd. Okay. I've been enjoying the single player games. I just got done with Death Stranding 2. What a great game, man. Holy shit. What an ending. I laughed, I cried, I was very confused. I had to listen to a couple of YouTube videos explaining the story. But man, did he stick the landing at the end there. But now we're on to Crimson Desert, which is a very pretty game on ultra wide. All right, guys. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Stay frosty out there, and I'll see you guys on Sunday.